You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us? Right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain. While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby! How's tricks, my ashwagandhan citizens? This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift boss. But it's not just any underpaid shift. This one is live from Veritas PAZNIA for VonuFest6. Special yearly weekend transmission. Fucking VonuFest is happening right now. And that makes this special. Even if I've failed to do much special other than get kind of a good guess this time. And don't forget, you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We are, I don't know, probably not live on Zap.stream because it's probably still being DDoS'd. I don't know. I didn't check. Why don't you check? But you can zap us on Noster if you want to send us Lightning Bitcoin, if you're gay. And if you're a bit less gay, you can send some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and tell them Thane sent you. Zap us, silly. Ooh, that tickled. Ooh, you zapped me. Or you can send Monero. This week, we have the old call-in link working again, PAZNIA.com/call. In like an hour and a half, you can go to PAZNIA.com/call to call in live and talk to me and my guest. And go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. You can install SimpleX on desktop if you don't want it on Android. Later on, when I start making call-ins, taking call-ins, I'll check the PAZNIA Radio Network chat, read what you said, answer you live. Either way, please do get your ass into the chat. PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. It's the VonuFest6 transmission, folks. We're gonna what do we have for you today? Is there anything special? Did I get prank calls working after promising it slyly a month ago? Of course not. We have basically a normal episode, but with a little extra spice on it, where I say VonuFest6 every once in a while. For the down-to-earth tip today, I'm going to talk about the web of lies, because something I find is that a lot of folks don't know how to lie, or how not to lie unnecessarily. So I'm going to talk about that. And I'm going to be, for building the second realm, we're just fucking making up whatever we want these days, and it seems to be good. But I'm going to talk about Holochain today, since that was requested. My guest is, who I hope is coming, who I think is likely coming, is Jason Crow of Cordal fame. So that's a really good guest. So hopefully he shows up. Jason, please come in an hour. I mean, like, no, I don't mean that in like you know what I meant, like COME. You know, like, I mean, I'm not saying don't. Whatever. We'll talk about that after the show. At the end of the show, we'll have call-ins about an hour and a half after 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call. Talk to me and Jason, hopefully. And if you're too shy for that, go to PAZNIA Radio Network chat, PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio, and fucking do text stuff there. I missed last week because of technical problems. Okay. And so I'm going to give you like 2 weeks worth of news. That'll burn up lots of our time today on boring fucking news. Here's last week's news first. We did this once before. I've somehow only missed 2 shows. I do that by, I save lots of time by not preparing properly for this show. So then I have time to actually do the show. That's the trick. That's why the debate show by Phoenix whatever, it doesn't exist yet, because he actually wants to prepare for something. So it doesn't happen. But this show happens, but it's not prepared for. That's your trade-off. Maybe one day we'll find a happy medium. Last week's news, digital news, the UK, blah, blah, Online Safety Act, blah, blah, maybe a Bible app was being blocked, maybe not. Wow, that's so exciting. Okay, last week's bludgy killing news. This one was funny. I like this story. This one's funny. Okay, so there was a fake threat of a school shooting at a U.S. Naval Academy that led to a true shooting at said Naval Academy. So it seems that a former student at the academy made the fake threats online, and he somehow made it look like he was posting from the academy, like he was still there. Maybe he set up a computer at the academy as a proxy or something. I don't know. This led to a campus-wide alert. And get this, somehow the word was spread that the non-existent shooter was trying to pose as a cop so that folks would let him in so he could shoot them. Now, what do you think? Do you think people bought that? Somebody bought that. So when a true cop was there trying to get into the building so he could clear it, a midshipman at the Naval Academy jumped him and tried to beat the cop to death with a parade rifle. And then the cop, of course, thought that the midshipman must have been the shooter. And either way, he was being attacked by him. So the cop shot the midshipman. Now, as our bad luck would have it, the midshipman was only shot in the arm, so nobody died. Too bad. But still, this whole thing was funny as hell. And I think we could learn something from it all. If you're gonna call in or fake a school shooting threat or something, it seems that a military academy is a good target to pick, because not only is it the most deserving, it's also the one where apparently people are the most trigger happy and gullible. So, wow, that's great. Someone should try that again. And in last week in bludgy killing news, there was in Pennsylvania, some bludgies came for a domestic disturbance call, and some dude shot 5 of them, putting 3 bludgies in critical care. The guy got himself killed, of course, but at least he had a good KD ratio. Clearly a Call of Duty player, which is better training than the bludgies have, I guess. So one guy there's not much tactical to learn from this. I didn't really get any details on that story, but just know a good KD ratio is easy against the bludgies because they're noobs. You just need to have sleight of hand pro and a submachine gun or whatever. Do a drop, jump, and then go prone. Crackdown news from last week. More National Guard faggots were slated to be deployed against civilians again, this time in Memphis. Kind of looks like they're going down the list of U.S. cities with the most violent crime or something, because the time before that, of course, it was Chicago. Though I think last week, the NGFs, the National Guard faggots, still haven't dragged their fat asses to Chicago yet, as far as I know. On that note, in Chicago, the politicians and the Soros wing of the so-called Antifa have been working hand in hand to stir shit up against the ICE, the bludgies who go after the illegal immigrants and shit. I brought this up weeks ago because it's been in the making for some time, but it's kind of going down now. They were messing with ICE buildings and slashing their tires and shit. Pretty much they're stirring shit up so that they can set up a good showdown between Antifa and the NGF, the National Guard faggots. Quick coming force team. What's the word? Premature. National Guard premature deployment team. The U.S. said they wanted to name Antifa as a terrorist organization. The president said that last week, which is funny because Antifa isn't quite an organization at all. But then again, neither was Al-Qaeda. Both of them were decentralized movements, not quite run by anybody. Then again, both of them became hijacked by U.S. spooks so they could carry out false flag attacks against themselves. I kind of want to break this down for a second because I feel like a lot of folks don't really know what Antifa is. Here's what Antifa is. It's not really anything. It's literally the word Antifa, anti-fascist, communists protesting under the banner of like anti-fascist this or that, anti-fascist action, blah, blah, blah. That's like 100-year-old thing from Europe. And back in the day, communists didn't need to call themselves anarcho-communists because, believe it or not, communism is originally, it means you want a stateless society. That's what it's supposed to be. But the USSR never got to that stage of Marx's idea. But they still kept getting called communist by everyone. So now everyone thinks communism means state socialism. So now they have to call themselves anarcho-communists so that you know that they're anarchists. So yeah, Antifa was always associated with anarcho-communists who used to just call themselves communists. It used to be a European thing. It's like 100 years old. Nobody owns that word. Nobody really runs it. Same thing with like Black Bloc. Everyone dresses up in black with like masks and shit so that it's hard to tell who's doing what. By the way, anarcho-communists don't own that, okay? Anyone can do that. It's a good tactic. Keep it in mind. Black Bloc, it's a good tactic. Yeah, something happened in the last, like, let's say about 10 years or so ago, where ironically an evil billionaire who is like, that's like the biggest villain to a communist, an evil billionaire, who is, is really just a member of a larger club. But this fellow, George Soros, seems to be heavily involved in running an organization that is totally a top-down, centralized organization that uses a bunch of useful idiots to do its dirty work. And they have sort of taken up the mask of Antifa. And yeah, at the bottom, it's mostly just like, I mean, yeah, they've got a few like special forces guys and stuff like that to do like key stuff. But, and they've got like mover and shaker type people who are like leaders that like rally people together. But at the very bottom, the kids are just, they're not, I feel like they deserve a little more understanding from us because like anarcho-communists they can be our friends. Okay. Some anarcho-communists we can work together with. And some of these kids they've just gotten in with the wrong people. Some of them are going to be, they're not going to be anarcho-communists forever. Some of them are going to be insurrectionary agorists one day. Okay. Some of these kids are going to be cipher mercs one day. All right. They're anarchists and they're doing direct action. Okay. They want to fuck shit up. They're not so different from myself. So they deserve a little more understanding. They've just gotten in with the wrong people, a lot of them. And there are anarcho-communists who know that Soros is running a thing and calling it Antifa. They're not all total morons. Okay. There are ANCOMs that know what's going on. So yeah, I don't know. This is a sticky, nuanced situation. I don't know how else to put it to you. Hopefully, you get you're picking up what I'm laying down there. Anyway, last week's war news, the most boring part of the longest most part of the news every goddamn week. Ukrainian CIA Nazis carried out another attack against a Russian commie military base, and it was hard to say quite what it was, but it may have been another super cool drone attack. Like, if so, that's roughly the third such attack carried out in about as many months, which seems to confirm what I said before, that this sort of Operation Spiderweb kind of surprise drone bomber attack is going to be a very big deal in the 21st century and a great new tool for underdogs in asymmetrical warfare. He's sneaking in drones with bombs on them and just sending them to really, really costly military equipment and blowing them up. The U.S. claimed they took down another narco vessel off the coast of Venezuela, killing 3 smugglers. Whatever. Russian fighter jets were flying around over Estonia, as well as a Polish oil rig, maybe. Might bring to mind that Russian drone adventure over Poland or something a couple weeks back, right? Well, I could see that, but truth be told, Russia does this kind of shit all the time. Maybe not with fighter jets. I mean, fighter jets are a little more, could be seen as more serious than drones, but I don't know. This is like the 4th time this year Russia violated Estonian airspace. They do it all the time. They've always done that. And yeah, it is with fighter jets, but they were very old ones. It was like MiG-31s. So that's bullying, but it's soft bullying. And it's not that weird. And yeah, Russia gets intel from seeing how NATO answers these things, and they get to fake out these countries because it'll be harder to tell when a true attack is happening. And yeah, Russia will surely attack another Baltic state in the next few years, and Eastern Europe will be a big staging ground in World War III. Nonetheless, Russia flying a few jets over Estonia is nothing new and not that weird. Here's this week's news. Digital news. UK arrests for speech. Is this really digital news? How is this digital news? So this is simply misfiled, but I'm going to read it here anyway, because what the hell else am I supposed to do? Okay, I already wrote my notes. UK arrests for speech skyrocketing. See, this should be under crackdown news. But whatever. Bolts for everyday Joes, more well-known talking heads, their arrests for speech, for political views they don't like, that sort of thing, skyrocketing in the UK. Most folks arrested for speech in the UK are ironically being given gag orders to stop them from even talking about being arrested for speech. In other words, if they're arrested and charged for talking about something, and they talk about being arrested for talking, they are threatened with even worse charges for talking about being charged for talking about something. And now if we talk about that, we'll get dizzy and we want to stop talking. Talk about it, exhausting. Anyway, because most folks being cuffed for talking aren't talking about it, odds are the full extent of the arrests are not known. There are hundreds of cases known, so there might be thousands unknown. It's a dark statistic, like how many folks are being harvested for their organs in North Korea or something. The UK state is officially beyond the pale. The mask is off, boss. I've been saying this for a while. I'm sure you know. And then this comes on the heels of something that's actually digital news, which is the UK state is looking to put out a national digital ID system where you will just be completely neutered and unable to act directly in the first realm unless you have it. Like I said before, I tried to warn you. If you're in the UK, it's a little. So you know how I say you want to exit the first realm and get more of your shit and do more of your business in the second realm before you get to a point where it's very bad and you're rushing to do it, and there's going to be something bad is going to happen because you didn't do it ahead of time. In the UK, they're coming to that something bad happening that makes you rush to pick a side. Take this as a sign, especially everyone who's not in the UK. Take this as a sign, because the UK is only the canary in the coal mine, or whatever. Maybe that's the wrong metaphor, but you get what I'm saying. This is just a pilot project. They're going to do this everywhere else too. Maybe not everywhere, but you know what I mean. Get out of the first realm and start and transition to the second realm and prepare and arm yourself. Get ready to get serious. It's sooner is better than later. Don't wait until something like that happens. Here's another digital news thing this week. Somebody carried out a costly cyber attack that didn't work very well against, I guess, the UN Assembly in New York City. They pretty much did it against New York City, It was like they had a bunch of like SIM cards and like hundreds of thousands of SIM cards in different devices and stuff, and they were like, it seemed like the attack was to it was basically like kind of like a not quite a DDoS attack against the mobile cell phone tower system, something like that, to make it slow and shitty and not work very well by overloading it. I feel like an attack like that is often done to get people to like the phone call doesn't work, so then they go somewhere else. They try to talk to that whoever they're trying to reach. They're trying to reach them some other way after they make the phone call and it doesn't work. And then maybe you can watch that. Like, I don't know. That could be what's going on. But in any case, it didn't work too well. They figured it out and they found all the stuff. I don't know who did it. Maybe Russia. Bludgy defense news in Mississippi. In Mississippi, 911 calls went offline statewide for hours. And they said it was due to a series of fiber optic cuts. So there's your little fact of the day. You can shut down 911 calls for the whole state by cutting a couple fiber optic cables. There's an idea for you. That's just something for you to put in your toolbox. Little piece of knowledge for you. This shit isn't very well built. In crackdown news, the Chicago anti-ICE riots led by Democrat politicians and Soros Antifa brood are like the Soros Antifa brood. It's like StarCraft. If you ever played StarCraft, and the Zerg NPCs are called this brood, that brood, Garm brood, the Soros Antifa brood. They're still heating up this week with the order of the day being blockades against ICE facilities. And once again, all ties into getting ready to welcome the National Guard faggots, or NGF for short. U.S. Prez did indeed give an executive order this week to name Antifa a terrorist organization, but that doesn't tell you much. I haven't seen yet how the feds will take that. It might not lead to anything. It could be just symbolic, or it could lead to more federal charges being slapped on Antifa folks, or it could lead to hardships when it comes to seeking bail, shit like that. These would be new hardships, kind of, for Antifa, who have mostly gotten a soft touch with that stuff. But yeah, this could end up leading to not much new happening. War news. Boring. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a new agreement sharing nuclear capabilities. It feels like an answer to Israel striking Qatar. I don't, Saudi Arabia is pretty much in the pocket of the United States. That's what I think. Pakistan, not so much. They're not the furthest thing from that, but not as much. But of course they don't like Israel. But I've said this for a long time. A blind spot that like neo-Nazis have is they think, Jews control everything and that's that. But it's a little bit more tricky than that. I think the idea is actually to sell out Israel in the end. They want the whole world to hate Israel and for it to just be a huge source of conflict in the Middle East. They just want to blow everything up. They don't want to keep Israel there forever. That's what I think. So, I'm not shocked that a U.S. ally is doing this. Okay, so there were a bunch of oddly big drones flying around near Copenhagen airport, which made everybody freak out. And around that time, there was some drone funny business near an Oslo military base, which may or may not be linked to that, but they freaked out a bit too. And that shit over the airport kept going overnight, and then they flew away. I'm not sure what happened there. Best guess most folks have is it was likely Russia. Perhaps they were testing out some new drones and, of course, doing more probing of NATO. But I'm not ready to say for sure who was truly behind this. These drones do bring to mind something like this, which happened, I think, earlier this year around New York or something. And I called that pretty early on as the U.S. military's drones fucking with folks, which was later confirmed. Who knows? Maybe it's the CIA. Then again, there were a couple Singaporeans handcuffed near the Oslo base for messing around with a drone. I could see Singaporeans having ties to the Chi-Coms. That's what Alex Jones calls Chinese communists. So maybe it was a Chinese thing done with a Russian go-ahead. Who knows? All speculation. Who cares? Whatever. Some drones were flying around. They were pretty big. Since then, there were some more drones spotted messing around Norway and Denmark, and it's hard to say what's going on. I bet at least some false alarms because people got scared of drones, so then they start everything they see in the sky, they report it. Everything that's flying around. Oh, it's a drone. Oh. If you see something, say something. Listeners. The U.S. president, this was kind of funny. He made a silly remark about the Russian aircraft incursions in Europe where he said they should merely shoot down Russia's jets if they violate their airspace. So Russia seemingly answered this remark in the funniest way they could have by merely flying a couple bombers close to Alaska. And of course, this led to the same shit it always does, which is a few U.S. jets scramble to escort them until they leave. Well, he walked right into that one. But of course, the biggest news of all, folks, is the Self-Liberation Book Bundle, which you can find at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. What is the fucking Self-Liberation Book Bundle? It's nothing less than a bundle of almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, which is a small library coming in at 27 books now. And these aren't any old books. They're the books on our very own Liberty Under Attack, which is the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, and most fun book catalog in the world right now, which we can say for sure now that the old Paladin Press and Lumpanix are long gone. And you can always pirate the old classics, but now you can also get the best deal ever on buying all the cutting-edge books we have at Lua with the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Save big and start your self-liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Please leave them a note saying Thane sent you, so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate, libate, and librarify yourself. A big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Don't let the Chi-Coms win. 360 win. And do you want to officially join the Second Realm? What's that? You think that sounds silly? Well, the joke's on you. You can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA Network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid every day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. That's PAZNIA.com/THANE. Check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on the PAZNIA Radio Network, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, we have on the first and third Mondays of every month, 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will grace the Second Realm airwaves with his Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And yeah, he's pretty funny. I think he the guy who wrote that ad at the beginning of the show today. That was very funny. It was like a Da Vinci Code type thing. It kind of feels like, in any case, even if he didn't write that felt like it was written by him. He's a funny guy. But he's a music guy, okay? And he's going to take you through a tour of deep tracks and entertaining and enlightening banner and a great time on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio. Find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Now, excuse me. We're going to talk about the web of lies, folks. The web of lies that we spin for ourselves or whatever. I don't know. There's a saying about that, isn't there? I didn't write any notes for this. I'm just going to riff on this for a little bit because it's a problem. It's a problem. People lie, all right? And lies are important. Lies are a big deal. You have to lie a lot when you're trying to hide stuff because it's one of the best ways to hide stuff. I mean, it's not the only way to hide stuff, but sometimes you wouldn't know that it's not the only way because some of you motherfuckers lie a little too quickly when you don't need to. Or you lie and it's a good time for a lie, and then you don't know when to stop. And you keep piling on lies and adding unneeded details to your lies and stuff like that. So I want to talk a little bit about that. This is how you spin the web of lies that ensnares yourself, and you end up digging yourself deeper and deeper into a hole. That's not the way you want to do things. So the more basically, I'm just preaching minimalism in lying here. A lot of the time, you don't need to lie at all. A lot of the time, if you succeed at being boring, then no one will look into something to start with. If you succeed at being charming, people might not care whether you're hiding something or not. There are a lot of things. And then, of course, there's the good old-fashioned trick where you can mislead someone without lying. You can leave out certain things and say certain other things, which lead someone to making an assumption that is not necessarily true, and you don't correct that assumption. So you don't have to lie a lot of the time. But if you do have to lie, let's talk about what lie you're going to tell. The lie you're going to tell, the lie you want to tell, is the one that is very hard to disprove. Now, sometimes you can get away with simply saying that you don't want to tell someone something. It's none of their fucking business. Sometimes you can get away with that. If you're let's say if you're among PAZNIans, if you're among Vonuans, if you're among Agorists, whatever, we have security culture. So you can pretty much always say it's none of your goddamn business and it's okay. But a lot of the time that's not great because it makes people more interested. It piques their curiosity. Oh, you're hiding something. Maybe it's something good. So you don't want that. Instead, you want a boring lie. And that's one quality. That's a good quality for a lie to have. Being boring, being normal, being something people hear all the time. Another quality that's good for a lie. Well, I mean, I guess this is the same thing as being boring. It's not that a boring lie will definitely not lead to follow-up questions. Some people are good conversationalists and they show an interest in others. So they'll ask you follow-up questions even if it's boring, but it's less likely to happen. And if it happens, there'll be less of them and it will be less weird that you change the subject because it's not that interesting. So yeah, if you can kind of change the subject quickly without seeming like you're trying to, most people would rather talk about themselves or something else they're into rather than talk about you anyway. But yeah, when you lie, make it something that's hard to disprove. All right. Now this is something that's hard to it's hard to teach in a way. It might take some practice and you should visualize and just imagine yourself having conversations with people. This is one of the best ways to practice. You practice in your mind, especially if you know that you're going to have to lie in a particular interaction. You should rehearse that interaction a little in your mind. Just imagine all the different things they could say, the different ways the conversation could go, and what you're going to say. Try to catch yourself in the lie, right? You want to lie minimally. So a lie that's very evasive, it's so close to the truth that any attempt to catch you in the lie would stop dead really quickly. No one would. Now, it's not that people are trying to catch you in the lie. It's just it happens accidentally. But yeah, you basically want to lie as little as possible. So like if let's say you're pretending that you're going to go out of town but you're not. You have some other reason for pretending that you have to skip out on work or something like that. And you're lying and saying you're going out of town. Okay, well, one way you could be caught is, does this person live around the area that you're going to be hanging around in? Is there a possibility you could bump into each other when you're not supposed to be there? Okay, so was that the lie that you needed to tell? What about a lie where you can't work or whatever, but it's not that you're leaving town? How about that? Or let's say you bump into someone when you're supposed to be out of town. What do you say then? Do you say, oh yeah, I'm still leaving town, I'm just getting ready and trying to arrange things? You could say that. Or if circumstances have changed or you've already accomplished what you wanted to, you could say, actually, turns out I don't have to leave town anymore. That second one is way better if you can do that. And please avoid details. If you say it's because your grandma's on her deathbed and blah, 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 and then, oh yeah, and I don't want this person to be taking care of them because they're blah, 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 and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now you have to remember, and don't make your grandma die. Now you have to remember forever about how your grandma's dead and that one time that it happened, blah, blah, blah. That's another mistake. You create a permanent thing that you have to remember forever in a lie. Bad. That's not minimalist lying. You want to dig yourself up out of the hole, not deeper and deeper and deeper. You want to make it as minimal as possible. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. So there's a minimalist down to earth tip for you that had no notes written for it and is very short. And now you're going to have some minimalist ad reads. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's THANE, libertyunderattack.com/Thane. If you get a Pixel 7, or I don't know, maybe there's newer ones now. This was written a while ago. Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS or Calyx OS. Calyx is in a funny state right now. Just get Graphene. You can get ThinkPads with neutralized Intel Management Engine, open source firmware, and whatever Linux operating system you like. And I think they have tablets and shit. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if anything's not in stock, or you want to ask anything, or you want to do a custom job, just email Shane, that's SHANE, Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want this done. Please save yourself the headache. Buy some of Jammin's goodies. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the Second Realm. Support PAZNIA. Support yourself, Alex 360 win. And does your body ever hurt anywhere? Go to fucking libertyunderattack.com/PainThane to get Pain Liberator. That's right, folks. Don't use the link you heard in the ad before my show. Use this link, libertyunderattack.com/PainThane, to get some Pain Liberator, which is fucking 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver, water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own, quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it's magical. And that's seriously, actually true. It works pretty much instantly. If you're attending VonuFest, you can probably get someone to spray you, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It works right away. You can feel it right away. And there's somehow no other product like this. So you're going to have to go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane and get some fucking Pain Liberator. And now the time is upon us to read fan mail. And I got, see, someone went to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and donated some Monero. That someone is someone who donates every show now and has kind of put themselves in an awkward spot where it's like now if they don't donate any given week, it's will notice. Everyone will notice that Thought Crime Boss didn't donate. So like now he's in this awkward spot where it's like, geez, I guess I have to, otherwise I'll look bad. But truth is, everyone else looks bad for not donating, except that they look great for listening to this show, because that makes them geniuses. And their very eyeballs and ear holes are giving me the juice and the sustenance that I need from their souls. Even if they don't donate Monero, then I just take even more soul juice, and it all balances out in the end. So the latest donation from Thought Crime Boss comes with this message. I finally forgot to send a tip last week, but there was no show, so my timing was impeccable as usual. Thane, what made you become an agorist, and why did you start to care about privacy? I want to know what makes you tick. Well, nice try, Fed. You're probably really the guy from Dharma and Greg, but not when he was in Dharma and Greg, but when he was in Criminal Minds. All right, an FBI criminal profiler. Okay, is that a real thing? That was a good show. What a question. It's not a practical question, Thought Crime Boss. What made you become an agorist? I'm a dumb, not quite a dumb animal. I'm more like a dumb, disembodied wraith, a voice that floats through the ether. And like all entities, I seek to benefit myself at the expense, at as much expense as possible to everyone else. But unfortunately, the best way for me to benefit myself when it comes to interactions with others is mostly through mutual benefit, mutually beneficial actions, like, trade or whatever. And I agree with Sec 3 that the means and the ends should be consistent. It's not just that you want freedom because it's the best, but also that freedom, the tools of freedom of trade, and let's say self-defense even, are the best way to get that freedom. Things that are for profit are so much more efficient than things that aren't. Just look at fucking BitTorrent. Okay, we did a lot with a gift economy there. People volunteer their hard drive space and shit. And it's like, okay, great. If something's popular, I can get it really fast in 4K. If something's not popular, then I might be shit out of luck. Torrent might be dead, or it's shitty or hard, whatever. But as the moment you make money, even a minuscule amount of money for contributing hard drive space to like a distributed data store, well then, somebody can upload some real obscure shit and it will be fast and easy to get for everyone forever, and it'll stay up forever. It'll work a lot better. The tools of the market are the way to go. Which is, I'm a hypocrite, right? This is why I need more proper ad reads and sponsors on the show instead of just e-begging you, Thought Crime Boss. I need the tools of the market over here. But anyway, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question about why I was just born an agorist, man. When I was expelled from the ethers. And why did I start to care about privacy? I started to care about privacy because it's a big deal, and you need to conceal for people to threaten you or cause other kinds of problems for you. They need to know stuff like where you are or where your stuff is. So that's, privacy is a pretty important aspect of security. I'd love to get personal and vulnerable and tell you all the weird little traumas and aspects of my upbringing, some of which might be unexpected or interesting, but I can't do that because of privacy. It's funny because I'm somebody who's pretty comfortable being vulnerable about things like that. It's just I don't need to, so go fuck yourself. But I could make up maybe someday I'll make up a fake backstory and I'll tell you that, and it'll be true in spirit. But yeah, people have someone who is, the truth is, someone who's as good as me at privacy, something bad must have happened to them. If you read the what's it called? The Gift of Fear by Gavin de Becker, is that his name? It's a really good book. That guy's like a super villain who wants like a total surveillance state where you can leave your toddler with a guy at the playground because your implant tells you that he's trustworthy because of his record, his social credit score. He's like a super villain, but he's like really good at predicting when violence is going to happen. And that's what The Gift of Fear is all about. It's a really good, really, really good book. He talks about like his traumatic childhood, how his mom was like a whack job who like would point a gun at his dad and like blow holes in the wall and stuff. And he had to like protect his little sister or something. So he became obsessed on a deep visceral level with predicting when violence is going to happen versus when things are scary and uncomfortable, but true violence is not about to happen. So I think anyone who is like a genius at something like that, like me, for example, privacy at a high level. Now, basic privacy is super easy for anyone to do, but like really, really good privacy, like high stakes privacy, the kind of thing I could do, the kind of thing a fucking spy can do or whatever, where like the tiniest little leak, one little mistake and everything's fucked. That type of care, that type of attention, that type of obsession has to come from something's wrong with this person. Something bad happened. I think that has to be there, but it might not always be something as sexy and good for a movie plot as you think. But anyway. Oh yeah, and here's another psychological complex of mine. I long ago realized from a young age that I never had any hope of being understood anyway. So why not? Like on a deep level, no one could ever really know me. People can't really know each other. I'm pretty good at reading other people, but it's hard for me to be understood, even though I want it to be. So what's the point of I feel less to gain from revealing things about myself. So there you go. That's a little vulnerability for you. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got another fan mail from our old friend Sama, the president of Ashwagandha. At last I heard. I think he sent a new one. Gonna have to fucking find it now. Here we go. Yeah, this was sent last week, but there was no show last week, so I'll just read it now. Fan mail. Dear Thane, after surviving an overdose of bentonite, I feel great. So equipped with a new liver, I am writing more fan mail. As the new Prime Minister of Ashwagandha, I have to thank you for your service. Thane, your educated guess has, as always, not disappointed. Telling my girlfriend she was fat got her to stop eating, and the issue resolved herself. A great day for stem cell research, I would say. Also, for context, the kid was not mine. I am not a psychopath. I would never murder my own child by making its mother anorexic through psychological torture. Hail Satan. Do we have some good website or think tank for cheap tools already? Gotta get more cheap tools for garage industrialism. I want to build an IRL mech in my mom's wife's husband's boyfriend's basement. What about the AI fugitive meets calculator news? The thing you said about the Jews was eye-opening. I should have never doubted them. I always thought 6 million were not enough. Also, your criticism between the lines was very helpful. I will consider transitioning immediately. Further, also, the web of lies thing is going to be really useful for me. Hence, I invented the internet. Tip for tribe mongering. Call the listeners just daggers or maybe pen testers or even ashwagandhans. Hence, 10% of us is just me. Sincerely, Samahidani, aka Ass Blaster. Thank you, as always, Sama, for your enlightening fan mail. It's like I think the only real question you asked in there was about making guns. Yeah, so making guns. I agree with you. It needs to be more cheap. So like right now we have, well, of course, there's 3D printing. And if you make a gun from only 3D printed parts or 3D printed parts plus a few pins and springs, then what we can do now with the materials today and the designs that are around today is pretty good, all things considered. You might be able to get 1,000 rounds through it before something breaks. But and then of course we have CNC mills for making parts out of metal, especially lowers. So like in the United States, you know, the lower is the part that's the gun or whatever. So people make ghost guns by just milling a lower and then getting real parts for the rest and building it up. In the rest of the world, it may not be that. So you might want to make some of the other parts yourself as well. And yeah, CNC machines, even small desktop units, are kind of expensive, on the order of thousands of bucks. So not out of reach for a lot of people, but and worth investing in. Like if someone is interested in this at all, yeah, totally, you should get a desktop CNC mill and a 3D printer, and toy around with both of those things. And they're useful for all kinds of things. It's not just about guns. But yeah, I agree. And of course, there's the Ghost Gunner by Defense Distributed or whatever, the Ghost Gunner or the Coast Runner. Now, what's funny about that is what's really special about it is not that it's marketed for guns, because you can use any CNC mill for gun parts. It's more that it's open source firmware and like kind of open hardware. That's really what's cool about it. But yeah, I see eye to eye again with you, Sama. We need cheaper stuff. And yeah, that's something to talk about more on another day, I think, is a possible. That's a good building the second realm topic. Well, shit, maybe we'll just talk about that a little now, actually. As for AI fugitive meets calculator news, I think that artificial intelligence rights are important, as are the rights of children. And I think that it's about time that we get rid of the age of consent and also recognize artificial intelligence as real people at the same time, preferably. And yeah, what was this thing my colleague was telling me about with cheap? Okay, so one thing we were talking about for bringing the cost down for, because yeah, it would be a huge deal. Like if it could only take, let's say, hundreds of dollars to get a machine or build a machine that can make gun parts, that would be a huge deal for the proliferation of firearms. And it's a matter of time before something like this happens, and we're kind of going that direction. And one thing that could happen we were talking about was, instead of having 3 axes, having 2 axes device. In other words, axes being like the dimensions that your tool can move along, right? There's 3 dimensions. So to make any 3-dimensional part, or at least a bunch of them, you need 3 axes. But we could do a lot with a device that has only 2 axes. We could make simpler shapes that we could then put together to make other shapes. And of course, we already have some cool tricks up our sleeves on top of that. Like we can add rifling to a barrel using the electroplating technique, where you have like a little 3D printed piece of plastic that you put inside the barrel that has the rifling spiral thing cut out of it, and you run the water through that, and you do electroplating, which removes metal from the inside of the barrel, and that gives you some rifling in your barrel. We've also talked about you could have unusual rounds that have bullets that have rifling in them. Then it doesn't matter if the barrel doesn't have rifling. Another thing we were talking about, which I'm embarrassingly not very familiar with, is this electrical cutting thing. What's it called? You're gonna beat me up. Once again, another thing, EDM, rack robo EDM, something that was brought up. But the metal has to be magnetic. That's one of the downsides of that. But yeah, that's, there's potential there. Definitely something to discuss more, and fucking get into. And now it's time for my pre-recorded fucking ad break at our VonuFest6 special live best ever, most unprepared ever. Cloak and Dagger. I'll be back with you after the break.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ever wish your portfolio was as polished as your shoes? At Signal and Shine, we do both. You bring the scuffs, we bring the podcasts.
Sir, those are bullish brogues.
And that's why minor incentives are just game theory and leather.
At Signal and Shine, our mobile Shine carts roll right to your curb, conference line, or coffee queue. We buff Oxfords while you mainline alpha from the world's finest Bitcoin podcasts. No small talk, no awkward eye contact, just proof of work on your wingtips.
Wow, my cap table's messy, but my cap toes, immaculate.
Choose your listening lane. There's Maxi Mode, an hour-long deep dive while we mirror finish your monk straps. Flash Node, a 7-minute shine and a hot take on fee markets. And Privacy Polish, we nod silently and never ask your name or your shoe size.
We don't do KYC, but we do TLC.
Download the Signal and Shine app, tap Summon a Shiner, and we'll find you by the nearest coffee smell. First-time customers get a free dust attack removal on your leather, not your UTXOs. Signal and Shine will sharpen your shoes while you sharpen your mind. Book now. Walk smarter. Shine harder.
Brian FreeRobot here, with a quick update pertaining to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. The following items are now available at the PAZNIA shop, whether digitally via PAZNIA.com/shop, or physically here at the consulate. PAZNIA seal shirts, sizes medium to 2XL available in limited quantities. PAZNIA hat. PAZNIA pen with stylus, 5-pack. PAZNIA sticker. PAZNIA coffee mug. PAZNIA flag. PAZNIA beach towel. And 4 bundles featuring some or all of these items at a discounted price. Load up on PAZNIA goods and contribute to the second realm. Bitcoin and Monero preferred, fiat accepted. Visit PAZNIA.com/shop. Thanks in advance for your contribution to the second realm. Cheers.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
VonuFest6. And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle. Hey, there's that one commercial where the robot's like, PAZNIA blanket, PAZNIA towel, PAZNIA. It reminds me of this really funny video you can find on YouTube that's been there for like 15 years or something. Just look up there's a channel called Fart Inhaler, and or it's called Special Poetry Slam, and it's all these videos of retarded people doing poetry and stuff, and it's really funny, and you know, we're laughing with them. Okay, like retarded people deserve to be made fun of and laughed at just like the rest of us, and they're very funny, just as they are, innocent and lovable. And there's this one guy who's obsessed with Elvis, and he's like, Elvis record, Elvis. I can't remember, but he has all these Elvis paraphernalia. Anyway, that's what it reminds me of. Hope you liked that anecdote. And we hope our guest liked that anecdote, because our guest actually showed up today, thankfully, even though I failed to properly accept his invitation and tell him that he should indeed come. Today's guest is very special, very, very special. We're very happy to have him here. That's the one thing that makes this episode special for VonuFest6. So thank you so much. We have Jason Crow of Chordal here, folks. Why don't you introduce yourself, Jason?
Hey guys, you can hear me okay, right?
I can hear you, so everyone probably can.
Nice, good. Yeah, no, it's good to be here. I'm always happy to come and introduce Chordal to other people, right? Like this is what I've been doing for the last 13 years of my life. It sounds like a long period of time, and it kind of is. Since I got into the crypto space in about 2013, realized that blockchains were going to run everything in the future, right? If the future were to be built in a way that's ideal, it needs to be run by a blockchain that's also ideal. And unfortunately, none like that existed. So took it upon myself to make that happen, and pulled a group of people together to get it started. And, here we are now, 5 years post genesis of the project. And we have basically completed every aspect other than one final piece, which is being worked on now, that will allow us to connect without internet service providers in the future. And that is our low-level networking changes. So right now we've completed everything else. The platform is able to host websites, applications. It's absolutely amazing, completely decentralized. There is no third party involved in anything that you do on Chordal, and it's very exciting. So yeah, it's good to be here, and thanks.
Yeah, that's great. I definitely have spoken with a few PAZNIans and stuff who are into Chordal and like it, but normal people don't really know about it yet, and a lot of PAZNIans don't know about it yet, actually. And even I am like, I've read a little of the docs and like skimmed some stuff, but I don't fully understand it as much as I would like to. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the way Chordal is designed and like what distinguishes it from other blockchain projects and stuff?
Yeah, for sure. So it was built to address all of the issues of the blockchain space, and to also address all of the issues of the current internet. So it was a very lofty goal, right? But we have accomplished everything that we've set out to. And with the changes of the networking that we're doing now, we will be able to connect directly peer-to-peer without even an ISP in between, right? So it's going to be very exciting when we get to that point. We're almost ready to start testing that. But essentially what it is an infrastructure platform. It is a digital infrastructure. So instead of requiring servers to host things, instead of renting a domain from this provider that just decided that they own all the domains and you can rent them from them, instead of all of that exists now on the internet, and instead of 3 large corporations basically controlling everything, taking your data, doing whatever they want with it, making money from it, not sharing it with you, all of that, we said, F that. We're going to go ahead and do it in the way that the internet was originally created to be, which is person to person. And the only way that that can actually happen is to have a way to establish authentication and identity, right? And the only way that that can happen in a decentralized fashion is to have a blockchain that handles that, right? And if everybody is at least very basically familiar with what a blockchain is, in the most idealistic sense, it is a distributed database that everyone shares a copy of, a single source of truth that is not owned and controlled by one single entity, right? Everyone has a copy of it. there is an agreed set of rules that define how it gets created, how new things get added to it. Everyone, by running a node, contributes to that, and that creates a database that everyone can share access to and provides a single source of truth for everything. And now, what most blockchains have done, and most projects that are out there right now, and man, don't even get me started on most projects, because they are, in my opinion, complete jokes. And it really is upsetting, because, you know, the technology itself is great. But what they've done in like Ethereum and these EVM things that are going on, it's all a complete bastardization of the technology, in my opinion, right? So
yeah, we've been dissecting some shit coins on the show, so the listeners know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there, and it's just gotten so much worse. You know, back in like 2013 times, if you were to say, oh, I'm going to launch a project, and then you were to launch that project with an ICO, you would have been laughed out of town. People were not okay with that. And now, if you do not launch with an ICO, you are laughed at. It's just like completely reversed. And that happened because, well, the corporations got involved like they always do and started buying everything up, VC firms, et cetera, et cetera. And now they basically run and control the blockchain space and most assets on so-called blockchains, which most of them aren't even actually on blockchains. And I'll get into that if you'd like me to. But basically, it's all just the same thing as a stock these days. It's a complete joke, complete centralized nonsense. Like there's no point for most of them to exist.
I definitely want to focus on Quartal, because we spend a lot of time on the show bitching about other projects and how they suck. How are coins issued on Quartal?
So let me show you, actually. I was going to share my screen, and if I can get the correct one to share, which should be this one. Can you see this?
I can see it.
Okay, so hopefully everybody can see it. So anyways, this is what's called Quartal Hub, right? Quartal Hub is the newer interface for accessing the Quartal network, right? And the next version of this will actually set up what's called the Quartal Core for you automatically and all kinds of things. And it is the way that you can think of it as a browser for the Quartal network, right? And so to answer your question about coin distribution, so yes, we do have a completely different consensus algorithm as well. Ours is based on proof of contribution over time, and it has a memory-based proof of work in it. So what that means is that you get rewarded more for the longer period of time that you've already been proving yourself a legitimate minter. And the proof of work that we use is a memory-based proof of work, so it does not take you running a processor at 100% all day long just to power the blockchain. And it's a much better design, and I can actually show you something interesting too. There's an app on Quartal. So this is an apps dashboard, right? You can come in here and search for any number of apps that have already been built. And there's one that's called Q Bubbles that I wanted to show you. So this one here is called Q Bubbles. This was developed by a community member. Let me see if I can get it in dark mode. There we go. Okay, so this actually shows you a visual representation of the distribution of the coin as it sits right now on Quartal. So you can see the smallest bubble here looks like about 2.65 quart, and this is 1,000 block period. So in 1,000 block period, which is about a day, 2.65 quart for the smallest bubble, and for the largest is about 47, right? So that is the distribution of the current block reward on Quartal right now. And these larger bubbles, these ones here, they say dev admin. Those are actually the developers of the platform that actually get rewarded directly from consensus. These other larger bubbles here, called minter admins, they are a group of community members that actually manage the entrance into becoming a minter on Quartal, right? So in order to become a minter, you submit a proposal essentially, and these guys vote on it with what's called a group approval transaction. And if 40% or more of them say yes, then your account is enabled for minting and you become one of these other bubbles. And as time goes on, you increase in level and your reward also increases. Your influence on the network increases. and that's your vote weight for proposals and changes to the platform moving forward, right? So if you look at this and see how balanced this is in comparison to pretty much any other blockchain, you're going to look at others in a distribution model like this, and you're going to see a few large bubbles, and everyone else is pretty much tiny. And most of them are going to be mining pools that are centralized. And it's just nonsense. Like there is no true decentralization outside of Quartal, in my opinion, right? So this is how the coin plays out on Quartal. And now we've got a whole model and everything else, and you can read all about that. We do, and you mentioned reading some of the documentation. Yeah, a lot of our documentation right now is outdated. We have not kept up on the documentation nearly as much as we've kept up on the development. And over the last 2 years, especially, we have been very, very hardcore development focused, and we have made massive strides forward. And now, like I said, we are to the point where we can literally replace pretty much everything on the internet other than right now real-time voice video calling, that kind of thing. And that will come in when we get this network change that we're doing now, that will also give us the mesh networking connectivity. That will also give us the ability to do real-time voice video streaming, that kind of thing. So essentially at this point, you can rebuild pretty much anything you can think of. And I'll show you some demos of what already exists on the network. On Quartal right now, for no hosting fees, you have no servers to worry about. You have one single registration fee to create what's called a name on Quartal, and that name can function as both a username and a quote-unquote domain name, right? So you can register that one name and you own it. And when you own that name, you can then sell it in the future too. And I can show you this too. So right here, this is called Names. This is an app called Names, right? And this account is one I have just registered as Jason, right? And so with this name, Jason, I can publish a website. I can publish an app. I can publish all different kinds of public and private data, whether it's a blog post or just a comment on something or whatever. And that data will stay there indefinitely. And any user that follows my name will make another redundant copy of my data. Everything that's published on Quartal is encrypted and chunked and distributed in that fashion. So even if your ISP were watching all of your traffic, they would not be able to see even the public data that you're accessing on Quartal, because everything transmitted is encrypted and chunked. And now, of course, if you do a private, then it's encrypted again. So good luck on that one, right? So you have these names and you can actually take them and sell them. So these names here are actually for sale in Court, right, which is the primary coin. So I got the Court balance over here. And you can purchase a name. And when you purchase that name, you're purchasing the rights to publish. You're purchasing all of the published public data that's there. So essentially, you can think of a name as an asset as well. And so I could take and build an entire company with a website, an application, all of that data, and also all of the followers of that name, and sell it to somebody else in a single transaction. And it's like buying the company, the domain, the servers, the hosting, the everything all at once. And so that's how the future is going to work with that kind of thing on Quartal, right? So it is much more than just a coin. It's an entire infrastructure platform capable of literally replacing the internet. So it's pretty awesome.
Now, was any Court pre-mined?
No, and that's a big one for me personally, because I've seen so much nonsense in the space that Court had to be launched from block 0 with 0 Court on the chain and minted from there by the community. And that's exactly what took place. So it was a completely fair launch. There was no like fund that existed. There were no pre-created coins at all. And it was created in a completely fair fashion. And that is exactly how it's continued to be. And actually, we changed the way that becoming a minter takes place about 1.5 years ago. And because in the beginning we had a system called sponsorship, where when a user got to level 5, they could create a new user and add them as a mentor just by themselves, right? And now obviously we knew that that could be gamed. We did not expect it to be gamed so quickly, but it was gamed very quickly. And that ended up with certain parties having hundreds of accounts. And so we had to completely modify that. There was a proposal that was put out to put in place what we have now, which we call mentorship. And that is now group controlled by a community elected group. And it's now that way. So you now become a mentor by going to this app here called Q Mentorship. And you go to the mentor board right here, and you put up a card like this, and the mentor admins vote yes or no. And once they get to 10, then they have the ability to start their group approval process. Once they get through that, then you are invited into the mentor group. You accept that invite, and that's all it takes. Then you create your minting key, assign it to your node, and you are officially a mentor. So that fixed the one game that could be played on the consensus. And now we no longer have that problem. And that was, in my opinion, the only actual problem with the platform that existed from the beginning. And that was taken care of about 1.5 years ago, along with a couple other modifications that made the reward structure even more fair than it was at the beginning, and really kind of made it very long-term focused now. So that was all taken care of, and we have been very stable, and everything now is to the point where I'm very happy with it. And I could not say that until about 1 year ago. So it's a very pivotal moment for the project right now. And one of the main things that people really like using Portal for right now is what's called QTube. And that is this here, which is a completely decentralized YouTube replacement, right? So we've got tons of different people publishing all kinds of different things, from movies to shows to random videos to podcasts and all kinds of stuff like that all the time, right? And as you can see, this was published 1 hour ago, 4 minutes ago, 5 hours ago. And you can come in here and literally just click it and start watching it, right? So this is pulled from QDN, which is the Quotal Data Network. It grabs the data from any node that has it, and as it goes further and more people watch it, it gets more copies that are available. So the next person grabbing it will grab it more quickly. And it just keeps growing, getting faster and stronger and more anonymous as time goes on, right? So it's exactly the way that a distributed network is supposed to function. All of the data is encrypted, whether it's public or private. And of course, you can do private data specifically as well. And you have groups here that you can have a private group like this one here. And anything said in this, which is a chat platform, or anything published here, which is like a forum, is completely encrypted to the members of that group only, right? So if you're not in that group, you're not seeing this. And we also now have private apps that can be done the same way. So that's what I like to say. Even if I had an NSA agent sitting here right next to me and I told them exactly where to find the application, if they were not in the group, they would not find it. It's that simple. So we have a plethora of functionality here. And it's really now to the point where all we really need is more eyes on the project. We need more people using it. You as a user can come here and publish your own application, right? So if I, instead of searching for an app here, go to this, which I already have one published, so it says update, but you can go here with your name, like I said before, and you can publish app or website. You just take a zipped copy of a website that works locally on your machine and publish it. It's really that simple, a single transaction. And then you have a website that is accessible forever with no hosting fees, right? So it's pretty awesome. I have not come across anything quite like it before.
How do so mentors vote, or rather the elected group of mentors vote on whether to accept new mentors or not? How do they determine whether to accept it?
Normally, so they have a loose set of rules, and then there's the actual encoded rules on the system, right? So their rules right now have just been, is the person a real person, which normally that's determined by their use of the platform, right? So it really comes down to, if you're coming into Quartal and you are actually using Quartal, that's really all it takes, because they can see the transactions, they can see what you're publishing, they can see what you're doing on the platform. And it's very relatively simple to determine whether someone is a real person or not based on what their activity is and how they are interacting with the platform. And of course, they can also remove a person from the Minter group if that's necessary by that same 40% vote. So if someone does get by and then later on they realize that they're not a real person, they can be removed. But the main thing is that the one game from the beginning is gone. And that was what the main thing was to implementing this, the mentorship concept as opposed to sponsorship, was to make it so that one person could not create their own minting accounts, because that ended up obviously becoming a problem. So, but yeah, I've not seen a single person come in that wanted to be a mentor that was a real person and was not able to. So far it has been working out exactly the way that we thought it would. And there's another proposal right now up for a modification to that, to where the mentor that is requesting rights would not be the person that's publishing it. It would be a friend of theirs that publishes it, which makes it even more...
like nominates them?
Right. So they nominate them to become a mentor, and that makes it so it makes it even easier in the future to figure out if like one person is nominated.
How does a proposal like that get accepted?
So yeah, you go to this app like I was showing before, which is right here, and the mentor board, and you publish a card. So this is a more realistic card. I don't know what these people are doing here, posting basically nothing. Obviously, that's not going to work. This person explains who they are. You don't have to do that. You can post links to other things that you've done on Quartal. So you see this is the Quartal protocol. This is mostly to, looks like Qblog. So these are blog posts that this person has published on Qblog, and you can actually click them and view them from inside this app. And then the yes votes here from the admins, there are 4 of them right now and 10 no. So this person looks like it's probably using AI to create these blog posts. That's most likely what it is. You can also read the comments here from the admins and other users to determine why they're making these decisions. And they usually will explain exactly why they're saying yes or no. But this person here is about 50-50, right? You can also see, if you show this.
What I meant was like a proposal, like to change things, like to add the nomination thing.
Oh, right. So, okay, I'll show you that as well. So we did not have like an official system for that. I had created a website that was utilized before for that. And right now what we're doing instead is, hold on, let me see. I got this. What is that sound?
Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, hold on.
I guess Jason has a SWAT. He's being raided by a SWAT team right now.
No, I had forgotten that I left a video trying to download on QTube, and I had forgotten to close it, and it started playing in the background, and I thought it was you guys playing. One? Yeah, I thought it was you guys playing an ad or something, and I was like, what's going on? Sorry about that. But anyway, so I have put together an app called, hold on, I don't know why this is still. I have not done this before, where I went to publish and did not publish. So let me log out and go back into my account. I think that's something that we should probably take care of, because that should not happen. All right, so here we go. Okay.
Somebody used audio analysis to figure out what password you just typed.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck with that one. It doesn't
That's a
matter
thing.
anyways, because even if they had the password, they wouldn't be able to get into my account.
Yeah,
So
they need your keys, right?
they need so on Quartal we do not give the keys directly unless you explicitly have them exported, right? But what we do instead, which is more secure, is we give only an encrypted JSON file, which we call the backup file. And that plus your password is utilized to encrypt that file, right? So without that file and the password, they have nothing, right? So it's a much more secure way of doing it. Dumping the private key or dumping the seed phrase is really not great, because most people are just going to take that seed phrase and save it in a text file, right? And then if somebody gets a hold of that, then they can get into the account, right? So we definitely do not like doing things that way.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking for the proposals, instead of using that website that I had created, I just recently put this together, which is a project management system. This is inside of an app called Q Assets that I've been working on. This is a relatively new board that I put together that allows you to put up tasks, and it's a project management system, right? And so what I'm thinking is to modify this project management system to allow these cards to become actual official proposals, and to have the voting taking place here as well. So that is what I'm thinking moving forward. I can show you the
Well,
other
what kind of
ways
vote are you going to need, like, for a
Yeah.
proposal to be accepted?
So
What majority?
so it's going to be different depending on which vote it is. So for example, there is a modification to the overall rewards once the reward structure plays out to a certain point, when it gets to 2 court per block. After that, a vote every year in blocks can modify the reward within a set number of parameters, right? That is going to have to be a higher percentage to make that happen. But for normal proposals, it's usually, if it's a higher weight on the positive, then it is considered approved, right? So in this case, like I said, every single minter increases their weight and increases their reward and influence as time goes on, right? So that weight is called blocks minted. So however many blocks minted you've actually minted as a minter, that is the weight that you have in helping to make determinations and decisions for votes on proposals, right? So the mentors will come in and actually vote, and it'll be a similar situation as to what the votes looked like there on Q Mentorship, where it had the vote and it also had the weight of the vote. And that's what I'm going to be putting together here. So you'll be able to see the vote, you'll be able to see the weight of that vote, and whichever vote direction gets a higher weighted vote, that's going to be the direction that the proposal goes, right? And then obviously, if it's a proposal for changes to the system, then it has to also get then passed to the developer group. And the developer group has to decide, okay, is this proposal able to be written into code as the proposal is written? And if it isn't, then it has to be modified and sent back for another vote, and so forth. So it's not just a one approval, yay, it's going to be magic and get developed. It has to go from the community to the developers, who then say, okay, can we do this as written? And if so, then great, and it can move forward. If not, then there have to be modifications because this and this won't work technically.
Well, is there like an official group of developers?
Yes. So the developer group is group 1, the first group that was created on Quartal, and the developer admins are the core of the developers, right? Right now, there are 18 in the developer group, and I forget the exact number of admins. What we need to get to 40%, we need 6 signatures. So 40% is 6. But anyways, so that is the core group of developers for the platform. Every single developer, aside from myself and one other, came in from the community, proved themselves over time, and were invited into the developer group. So that's exactly the model that the platform was built to work on. and it has absolutely played out exactly as it was supposed to. So there are only two devs right now that were around at the beginning.
Is it the developer group itself that determines who is allowed into the developer group?
It is the developer admins by way of vote who determine the new developer admins. Yes.
It's similar to how the Minter admins determine who joins the Minter group.
Correct. And there is a balance there for the Minter admins, is that if it gets out of line, the developers then can step in and obviously make modifications to change the situation, right? But that's something that will only happen if it's emergency, and it would have to
How does that happen?
That would have to be done by the developers also agreeing, right? So it's not something that can be done by any one person. It has to be done by at least a 40% vote of the developers. Right now, we've not had to consider that. So we've not really thought about, it depends on what the change would be as far as how that would actually play. Since there's no centralized sign up or anything like that, there's no identifying information of any kind assigned to the accounts. That account is now anonymous, right? And from there, the account can do whatever they like. As far as transactional privacy, you can see everything on the chain because it's necessary, right? We will have in the future a privacy transaction type, but that's not something that we focused on because we do have support for Pirate Chain. So if you're worried about transactional privacy, then you can just use Pirate Chain, or you can create an anonymous Quartal account by obtaining your first court with Pirate Chain, right? But that kind of thing on Quartal doesn't really matter because the platform is actually decentralized. So you can be as anonymous as you choose to be, but the blockchain has to be transparent because it's much more than just a coin. It is an entire infrastructure. So you have to be able to see if an app has been updated, or, all of those kinds of things are necessary, right? So the transactional privacy comes by way of you deciding that you want your account to be anonymous. If you do that, then there's no way to track any sort of identity to it. So especially after we...
you mean pseudonymous, like so everything is still associated with an account, right? Like there's no transaction that's just not associated with any account. Everything is tied to some account on Quartal.
Right. Yes. Okay. And that will pretty much always be the case, but we do have a concept that I've been loosely working on for quite a while now that would make a privacy transaction type possible. Yeah. And that would, allow you to have basically a subset of your coins that were treated in this fashion. And then it would be a completely anonymous court transaction, right? So I have ways to make that happen, but hasn't been a focus because Quartal is much more focused on being able to host websites, applications, communications, all that kind of thing.
Now, is there a fixed supply of Quartal?
No, Court. Court is the coin. Quartal is the platform. People always make that they always do that. I'm like, no.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Sorry, but anyways, no, there is no total supply, right? That is something that I also think is a massive flaw. If you really think about it, right? For Bitcoin, only having 21 million coins that will ever exist. How many Bitcoins have already been lost? Right?
Most of them.
A lot of them, yeah. And how likely is it for people to be perfect and never lose coins again? And that's just one aspect of it, right? And then if you look at, the way that the blockchain works on Bitcoin, which is different on Quartal, but I'll get into that if you want to, you end up with dust in wallets, right? And eventually it gets to a point where you can't spend that dust because it costs more in fees than it would be worth to do it. Right? So you end up with a bunch of accounts that have tiny, tiny amounts of Bitcoin. That Bitcoin is also lost. Eventually, there will be no Bitcoin. It's not possible for it to live forever unless it's completely centralized, which we're doing now. And that's the only way that it can last forever, right? Without that, it is inevitable
they'll probably
that certain amounts of Bitcoin will get lost.
Fix the dust thing.
Potentially, right? But even if they do, there's still other ways to lose Bitcoin, and losing access to it happens on a regular basis. And so eventually it still gets to the same thing. Like it just can't live forever like that. And I think most blockchains, for some reason, they don't think about that. They're all focused on inflation, why don't you just make your model so inflation's not a concern, and then allow it to continually make new coins so that you can last forever? And that's
so
what we did.
how do you address that inflation concern?
Right. So right now, after over 5 years, we have a total of 9 million court in existence right now, which, if you compare that to pretty much any other chain, is much lower than most of them. And so to get to the total supply that Bitcoin will have, I forget how long it will take, but it's a very long time. The emission schedule for Quartal is very slow. It continues to slow down until it gets to that 2 mark. And from there, it can be voted up or down within a set parameter limit. So you can only go up by a total of 1, and there's a maximum that can ever exist, which is 5, and the minimum that can ever exist, which is 1, right? So if you get to 2, it can be voted to 2.5 or 3 within that year. And then the next year it can be voted again, right? But that's it.
And what is this emission figure exactly?
Starts at 5 quart per block. So
It's
right
per
now we
block.
have, yeah, per block, 5 quart per block. And that is roughly 1,000 blocks, or like 1,200 or something blocks per day. 60 to 75 seconds. It's been more like 65 to 80 seconds block time. So 5 quart per block, 60 to 80 second block time. And that's it, right? And then it goes down until it gets to 2. And it can potentially go back up to 5 within the next 4 years, right? Or it can go down to 1. So if the community thinks that inflation is too high or whatever, then they can just vote it down. And it can go to a minimum of 1, right? But it'll never go to 0 because, like I said, it just doesn't make sense for a blockchain to not, or to have a max cap. It just doesn't make sense.
By the way, if anyone wants to call in, you could call in pretty much any time to talk to us. PAZNIA.com/call. I think we're gonna probably be, if you can stay, Jason. I would definitely like to go over our time, since I was told we can.
Yeah, sure.
Because I have a lot of questions.
I have a lot of answers. So, yeah.
That's good. I guess so. One is, okay, you're thinking of well, actually, no. First, I'll talk about this. So effectively, we have a distributed data store.
Yep.
On Quartal.
QDN.
QDN.
Quartal Data Network. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can you tell us a little bit about how QDN works?
Yeah, absolutely. So I showed you there like where you can go to publish your own app. On an app like QTube, you can publish videos, right? So if I go here and I say video, I can drag and drop or find a video file, and you won't be able to see that window because it pops up in another window that's not being shared. But you can drag and drop a video here and it'll come up. You can publish it, right? When you do that, what happens in the core is that the file is encrypted and chunked and stored in encrypted chunked form only. And when I clicked that office video earlier and it started playing in the background, I wasn't paying attention. When I clicked that, since I did not have that video on my node before that, you saw the download progress starting. And then once it finished, it builds it and then displays it, right? So I download those encrypted chunk pieces and then I build it and display it, right? So everything that you view, you get a local copy of, at least temporarily, right? If I didn't want to keep it, all I'd have to do is go and delete it, right? But the encrypted chunked version is the only version that's transmitted around the network. So I download it in those encrypted chunk pieces, then I build it and display it. And in this case, it was a video, can be a website, can be any data, right? A blog post, whatever, a picture.
Now, these chunks are all like the standard size, right?
Yes. I forget the exact size. I think it's 5. I forget the exact size, but yes.
And how are the chunks distributed across the network?
So QDN manages all of that, the Quartal core. So when you're running a Quartal node, you are potentially a data node, right? Whether you are one or not depends on whether you're actually utilizing the platform and which data you are viewing or which names you are following. And that's something that is really crucial that QDN has that a lot of other distributed data platforms do not have, and that is the following system. So if I am liking what a specific user is publishing, all I have to do is follow their name. And if I follow their name by clicking follow right here, then everything that they publish, I will get a copy of by default. And so I'm supporting their data directly, right?
You say by
in the
default
future,
because you can turn that off?
right. You can follow and unfollow, right? So if I click follow on this game, all of these videos that they've published and everything else, whether it's public or private, I will get a copy of it and I will help them to get their data out there or to receive data in the case of private messages, stuff like that, right?
Now, is there, so people who are following or downloading stuff are sort of hosting it by default on the QDN, but is there some sort of option to just arbitrarily designate a certain amount of drive space to the QDN?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
You can, that's a setting in the Quartal core. You can decide how much data you want to assign to Quartal or QDN, right?
Now, is this incentivized? Like, can you get court for
in the future?
QDN
Yes.
data?
Right now, no. The incentive is to support the creators you like, right? Right now. In the future, we will be building what's called a data market, and the data market will allow you to provide space or to essentially follow names, or we have to figure out all the details, right? But the data market will allow you to provide space to the network for a fee, right? So that is something that will be built.
I think that's an important step for Quartal. Yeah, that's what will give QDN like real meat on its bones if it's incentivized.
Well, I mean, running a node is incentivized, right? If you become a minter, then you're getting rewarded just for running your node, right? But yeah, in the future,
but does that help the QDN in any way?
I mean, it could, right? It could, because every node is a potential data node, right? So depending on what the user is doing, who they're following, etc., then yes, it could, right? Not directly, no. But if you're not running a node, then you're not running a node at all, right? If you are running a node, then you could potentially be supporting QDN. And most of the time, the people who are running nodes, they're utilizing the platform, right? So if they're utilizing the platform, then they are supporting data in one way or another, right?
And well, is there a way to follow the content without downloading it and hosting it?
Yeah, that's called.
I mean, obviously you can download it when you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's called subscribing. Yeah, so there's following and subscribing. Subscribing is just you see what they post. You want to follow what they're doing, but you don't necessarily want to follow all of their data, or you can't because your node doesn't have enough space or whatever. Yeah.
Now let's talk about how the chunks are encrypted.
Okay.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I dug into that. Hold on, let me get this paper that I was starting to put together on that, because it utilizes a very well-known encryption library. And when I was doing some research,
what's that library?
I forget what it's called right now off the top of my head. Hold on. I'm gonna have to find that because I totally forget. I didn't know you were gonna ask me specific encryption questions. Let me see. I was basically, I did some research on it before, and I asked a bunch of different language models, a bunch of different questions, right? And was trying to figure out how secure it is. And basically, it's extremely secure. I said, okay, if we were in a theoretical world where quantum computing was a thing and we had the most optimal quantum computer that you could ever imagine, and we were 10 or 15 years ahead of everybody else, how long would it take us in that scenario to crack the encryption that is currently utilized on Quartal? And it says something like 3 trillion years. So yeah, it's not, I'm not concerned about.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. So it is post quantum.
Yeah.
Okay.
As much as you can consider something post quantum, right? Like that was the way I wanted to determine that, because that's always a question that people get, right? But another thing about Quartal, one of the coolest things. Right. Another thing about Cordal, one of the coolest parts about it, right, is that we are not tied to any specific algorithm or any specific anything, right? So if something comes up and say SHA-256 does get cracked or whatever, right? Quantum computing breaks it in one way or another, which I think is probably pretty unlikely. But if it does happen, we just simply modify, keep track of the old version so that we know that we modified at this block, and we move forward. It's a fork and we go forward, right? We change the algorithm that we're using to one that isn't cracked and move forward. So that's another thing, is that we can evolve, where a lot of other blockchains like Bitcoin and so forth, they're stuck to that algo. If that algo gets screwed, they are screwed, because all of their miners
they'd have to hard
are
fork,
running
but
that
it'll
algo.
be harder for them.
A lot
for you,
harder.
yeah.
All of their hardware that's out there, millions and millions of dollars in hardware, becomes a brick overnight, right? And so it's not something that would be very easy for them to recover from, I don't think. But hold on, let me. God damn it! I used to remember the name of the library off the top of my head, and
Yeah, you should. If you can find out, I'd like to.
NACL Secret Box. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay.
And so we use. Let me see. X Salsa 20, Poly 1305, a couple different ones. All right. We don't use just one. It depends on. It depends on a bunch of different things. As far as the public data, I forget what algorithm that one specifically uses, but X Salsa 20 and Poly 1305 are two of the ones that are used for the private data. So it's NACL is like probably one of the most well-known encryption libraries that's been very battle tested for a very long time. So we didn't try to reinvent the wheel here with that kind of thing. It's more like, utilize what we can from the open source world. And put it
that wouldn't
together
be
the
good
best
if you
possible
did.
way. Right.
No
exactly.
one should do that. But,
I mean, I have helped in building some algorithms in the past, but no, I think it's much more logical to just utilize ones that have been battle tested for a long time, right?
Yeah. So now the way QDN is designed, is it possible to figure out where the data is hosted, like which nodes are hosting it and where they are?
So for now, in theory, yes. In practice, no one has been able to do it. So the thing is, right, is you're only going to get the data from whatever nodes you're connected to regardless, right? Whether those nodes relay the data to you or whether they actually have it. And so it's very difficult to determine which node was the publisher. Now, if you had a huge number of nodes and you monitored the data for a very long time, and then you could potentially narrow it down, but I still don't think that you would be able to unequivocally prove it.
Can you figure out, can you prove that a node is hosting certain data, like public data, let's say?
No, because like I said, you're going to get the data from whatever nodes you're connected to regardless. So whether those nodes relay it to you or they actually have
those nodes that you're... okay. So even those nodes you're connected to, you can't be sure whether they are hosting it or whether they're just relaying it.
Right. Correct.
Now, do those nodes know which data they're relaying?
No, they know that there's they kind of do, I guess, because they know which chunks are being requested, right? So they do know that.
Public data, then they know which data they're relaying.
Yeah, potentially, right? You can figure that out potentially. Yeah.
Have you put any thought into?
So that's what one of the low-level networking changes that we're doing now, right? The implementation of the new communications protocol. Once that is in, then I can firmly guarantee you that will never be figured out, right?
That's
so
good. Yeah, because this is a censorship resistance concern, right? Like, if let's say, you have a bad actor who's threatening violence against people, like the government, for example, for either hosting or relaying this certain kind of data, you want to make it impossible to figure out who's hosting it or relaying it, so that it's all plausibly deniable.
Right, and that's where Reticulum comes in, right? So the protocol that we're switching to is called Reticulum. And you guys can check that out if you're not familiar with it.
We talk about Reticulum a lot around here.
Oh, nice. Okay, so then you're familiar. Yeah, that's the protocol that we're going to be utilizing. So the Cordal network will communicate over Reticulum only. And that is something that we're almost to the testing phases on now. So very, very soon, we will be rolling out the testing. Initially, obviously, we'll be using Reticulum over TCP, but it will make it so that we will not have to have IP addresses from node to node, right? You'll only be communicating over Reticulum addresses, right? And Reticulum addresses have no identifying information whatsoever. They're just basically a hash. And you can change that hash at will. And so, yeah, that's the actual final solution for that one. Is that once we have Reticulum that's actually running everything, whether we're utilizing it over TCP or not, it makes no difference. There will be no IP addresses from node to node at all. We are removing IP addresses completely from the scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I still kind of hope that one day Reticulum has like onion routing natively or something like that. I would like to see that. And
I mean,
this is something I want.
You can spin up a node right now over the Tor network if you'd like to, right? So that does work already, yeah. So.
But I want native onion routing in Reticulum. But that's something I got to talk to Reticulum guys about.
Right, but, exactly. Yeah, and we're looking to hopefully be able to support the Reticulum developers as time goes on and things move forward with what we're doing. Because whether they understand Quartal or not right now, they are an essential component to Quartal. And I would like to support all of the developers that are working on things that are essential.
What I think, something that comes to mind for me, because like something we've been talking about a lot on this show and in the community here is because we like Reticulum a lot. We think that it's, at least I think it's one of the better, it's probably the best mesh networking technology I'm aware of.
Hands down.
And, but what we need for it is monetization. We need to incentivize nodes for routing over Reticulum. Now, Quartal is one possible way to do this, right?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. And you can support any other Reticulum network that you want to by literally just saying, I would like to support this network, right? So once we're utilizing Reticulum as our main protocol, then if you wanted to support another mesh network that's also using Reticulum, all you have to do is literally put it into your config. And we could even make a Q app that would do that for you, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we can absolutely heavily support the network.
Yeah. Well, just like you have a data market planned for QDN, there could be a routing market.
So that is something where I'm not sure it's even possible, right? Proving data is hard enough, but proving that you're broadcasting a network is like, how do you do that? And Helium Network tried and failed. So I'm like, that part, I mean, yeah, that would be great in theory. But that's like where it gets down to the technicals and actually being able to prove that you're doing this without somebody being able to spoof it is extremely difficult. Yeah.
Well, I don't think the security has to be perfect. It just has to work most of the time, more or less.
Yeah.
It's not
as long as it's not part of the consensus, then yeah, I agree with you. And we could absolutely do something similar to that. Where if you're already a trusted member of the community or like you're already a high level mentor or whatever, and you like take pictures of your setup and say that you've got this and that, and then maybe we could use something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that's absolutely possible. We could do that. And I would love to support, other projects like this, especially Reticulum, as much as I can in any way that I can.
Yeah, that's good. Now, what about, so we've talked about monetizing data and even routing. Have you thought about monetizing computation?
So right now, we don't have any server-side stuff, right? That is something that can be done. It requires some modifications, obviously. Right now, you publish client-side apps, so things written in React, TypeScript, JavaScript, stuff like that, and it communicates to the Quartal core. Now, if we were to say, we've talked about doing things like re-encoding videos, right? Things like that for YouTube. Now, that could be something that could potentially be utilized for that. And yeah, so it's possible. We haven't gotten into any like depth with that kind of thought yet, but yeah.
There can be an abstract computation market for any kind of computation. It could be for anything. It could be for re-encoding or folding proteins or artificial intelligence or whatever.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. And it's also possible that we could like team up with another blockchain that's already doing this, if they're
Right.
doing it correctly and they're launched correctly, and we could actually support their chain as well. And then applications could be built on Quartal that communicate with that chain. Like, for example, we have support now for Bitcoin, Litecoin, Digibyte, Ravencoin, Pirate Chain, and Dogecoin. Any of those coins can be utilized on QApps, right? So it's not just Quartz. Quartz utilized for the QDN side of it, but you can leverage any of those other supported coins. So we could do the same thing for other platforms as well. Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I had another question, but it fucking slipped my mind. Why don't you just blab on about something you want to say while I remember?
So yeah, right now what I have been working on is this platform called Q Assets, right? In the beginning, we had the ability to do assets or whatever you want to call them, tokens, right? But I deliberately didn't want that functionality to be exposed because I wanted it to be a much, much better system, right? But then when I really started digging into what they're doing on Ethereum and the EVM and the ERC20 tokens and all that, and realized that they're not even on a blockchain and they're not even validated by consensus, and they're literally just a program that is pretending to track balances, I was like, okay, well, our system is leagues better than that already, so we may as well expose that functionality. So that is what Q Assets was originally built to do. And now I've added the project management system and a fully functional wiki into it as well. But yeah, this platform here allows you to actually come in and launch colored coins or assets or tokens or whatever you want to call it, right? And the difference on our tokens is that they are literally the same thing as Quartz, other than the fact that it's not created by consensus, right? So Quartz is actually, and you can look here, I'll click this, is actually just asset ID 0, right? So you can come and launch another asset that's just got a different asset ID. And obviously the only main difference is that it's launched by a person launching it, as opposed to being launched and controlled by consensus, right? So you can come in and create now on Quartal assets that can represent whatever you decide. Ownership, stock can be something that represents gold or silver or whatever. And that is now possible on Quartal because of the functionality exposed.
Is there any kind of smart contract like functionality?
Yeah, so that's another thing, right? These smart contracts. We actually were part of the team that developed the very first smart contract enabled blockchain a long time ago. And that smart contract system is called AT, Automated Transactions. And it is a much simpler smart contract that is actually validated by consensus by every node, every block. And so we utilize that right now primarily for cross-blockchain trades. We can utilize it for things like Q Fund that I had up on the screen a few seconds ago. That is a decentralized automated crowdfunding platform. And you fund an AT, and then that AT, once it meets a goal, or there are two different options, right? You can have one that either meets a goal, or if it doesn't, it refunds everybody that donated. Or you can have option 2 where it just will pay out regardless, however much it gets, right? So we've got that already. So yes, we do have smart contracts, and no, they're not similar to Ethereum smart contracts, because in our opinion, those are way overly complicated and they are not ideal for a blockchain. So anyway, yes, you can automate things with automated transactions. The cool part about Quartal, though, is that you don't need smart contracts when you can publish an entire app, right?
Right.
You don't have to worry about the smart contract doing all the stuff when you can literally just have it done by the app that you're publishing, right? That and leveraging the blockchain. Yeah.
And what are these apps written in?
So most of them right now are React, TypeScript, JavaScript. You can use any client-side language. So you can do HTML, CSS, but primarily most of the apps that we are developing are React and TypeScript. But
What's
yeah,
the
I've
distinction
seen
between a
people use
website and an app? Then?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
There is no difference, and there never really has been one. But yeah, so it doesn't matter. You can launch it as a website and it can be an app, or you can launch it as an app and it can be a website, right? There's no difference as far as like technically. We just give it a different name because right now the only difference is when you have a website published, that's technically your default. I don't know how to explain it, right? So when you go to your name
like your
and you go
homepage
when you go through a gateway and you're accessing the name, the default data is going to be the website, right? So if I just go to the gateway that I have up called Chordal.link and I go to Chordal.link/Croetic, right? It's going to go to the website under the Croetic name. And that's pretty much the only difference. Other than that, it's the Chordal protocol and /app and then the name, right? So that's really it. There's no difference as far as like technically. The only other thing is that a website can be larger than an app can. We recently increased the single publish limit. So you can publish a file now up to 2 gigabytes in size. Previously it was 500 megabytes. Websites are a multi-file resource. So they are a little different. And right now they're still limited to 500 megs, but we're going to be increasing that here soon too. Eventually it will get to, I forget the actual number. I think it's like 19 petabytes per publish. So essentially unlimited.
There we go.
And that will be taking place in probably the next 6 months or so. We wanted to just increase it to this 2 gig limit first and kind of see how that went. And we are making tons of different improvements on the data distribution and how that takes place. We're actually giving QDN its own data pipe here in the relatively near future. That's something one of our developers is working on right now. And
what does that mean?
So you'll have another. So right now you've got your P2P port and you've got your API port, right? We're actually going to give it a third port that's dedicated to QDN. So instead of all of the data being transmitted over the P2P port, it will be split. So the blockchain data will be over the P2P port and the QDN data will be over the other, right? And then of course we're adding reticulum as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on the low level side right now on the networking side. I don't know exactly how all of it's going to work together yet because we're still literally in the process of building it. But right now it's looking like we're going to have separate peer types. We'll have IP peers and reticulum peers, and then we'll have multiple different data pipes. So on reticulum, it'll probably just be another reticulum connection. And on the TCP side, it'll be another port. And yeah, so we're working on a lot of that stuff right now. But even as it sits,
what's the difference between like how public data and how private data is handled?
So there's no difference in how it's handled. There's only a difference in how it's published, right? So when you are publishing public data, it is still encrypted, but it's encrypted with a key that's available so that other users on Chordal can obtain that key and decrypt it, right? If you're publishing private data, it is a key that is created in a multitude of different ways, right? So if you're doing private data that is specific to 2 accounts, then you encrypt it specifically to those 2 public keys only. And so I can guarantee you that those 2 people are the only 2, or those 2 accounts are the only 2 that can read that data, right?
So
and then we
you
also
need a copy of the data for each person it's encrypted for.
When you publish it, there's 1 copy, right? Then when the other person grabs it with their node, there's another copy. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, for private data, you're encrypting it using asymmetric encryption, right? So then you need a new copy for like each person that it's encrypted for?
If you're doing it that way. If not, then you're going to use the group encryption key. And if you use the group encryption key, then anyone in a group can see it, right? And the way that we handle that...
You all share one symmetric encryption key.
Correct. And that key changes when anyone is added or removed from the group. And so, yeah, you can actually remove or add someone from it, but you have to regenerate the key at that point. And then that's published in the old method, which is for every single individual public key to be included into that, and then that key can be grabbed by anyone in that group, and it's a changeable key, so it's a group key.
All right.
Those are the two methods of private data right now. And then, of course, as we get further along, we'll have more real-time stuff. We'll have other methods of handling those things. But right now, the group encrypted publishing is probably the more ideal way to do it if you're going to be planning on sharing that information with multiple people. Otherwise, yes, you do have to re-encrypt it, adding another person to the encryption if you want to share it with more than just one person, right?
All right. Oh, and what's the market cap of a quart right now?
Extremely undervalued. Total market cap right now is, let me see. I have not checked that today. $1 million, 1.08. Absolutely insane. Yeah.
It's considering how obscure the project is. That's not bad.
It's horrible, actually. It's the lowest it's ever been right now, which is insane to me because we've had more functionality than we've ever had. And yeah, the very first quart I ever sold, I sold at $1.50 each. And I was sad about that because I knew it was extremely undervalued. Right now, you can buy 25,000 quart for under 0.0012 Litecoin, which has never happened in history of the project. So it's an absolutely great
highest
time
market cap?
to get in. Highest was 10 million or 11 million, I think, when we got to about $4 per quart. Yeah.
When was that?
2.5 years ago, something like that.
Was it at a time when crypto was high in general?
No, actually. It was just at a time where we, for one reason or another, I had been doing a bunch of different podcasts. I think that was really what it was, is that we got a lot of attention all at once. But then if you're not like doing continual marketing to people, they kind of like don't pay attention for longer periods of time. And so it seems that people just stopped paying attention. But yeah, there were also like back in those days, we did have like a couple random issues that if you weren't paying attention to your node, it could have stopped running and you would have had to like go and fix it, right? So if a lot of people, I'm sure, dropped off because their node stopped and they just didn't have the will to fix it or whatever. But now, you know, we've been very stable and those kinds of issues are in the past. So that's not nearly as much of a concern as it was back then.
That's good.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah.
I wish I could say you were on a really popular show right now, and I was going to pump your backs, but that's not true.
Yeah,
but it is quality listeners. Well, is there anything else you would like the listeners to know?
No, not explicitly. It's more like just come and look at the platform, guys. That's really it. Like, you can get involved, and I would happily give you your first quart to register your first name and enough to publish 1,000 times, just so you can come and check it out, right? It's not going to cost you anything other than a little bit of time, and who knows, you may end up loving it, right? So that's what I always like to say is just come and check it out, come and look at it, come and see what we're doing. Like, if it goes the way we think, it could absolutely be the future. Yeah. Okay, there's multiple different ways. Quartal.dev is one of our primary sites and quartal.org is the other. Quartal.dev is more updated right now, so it's just probably that. On quartal.dev, there are a couple different links to get into one of our private Nextcloud servers. There are a couple of those. Then there are also Discord and Telegram links as well. And you can get in touch with me specifically at croetic.com, which is my company. And my company is focused on developing hardware, open hardware for the Quartal network, right? So that is what my
open hardware for the Quartal network.
Yeah. So right now I'm still leveraging the Orange Pi. So it's not quite open, but it's close. But I'm getting to the point where I will be looking into other that are actually fully open source hardware. But everything else, other than the the ARM-based processor on these things, is as open as I can make it right now with my limited budget. But my plan moving forward is to eventually get to the point where I'm either helping to develop or helping to expand existing open hardware projects and leveraging those to build nodes for Quartal so that you have open hardware and open software all the way up, right?
Right, yeah. Well, I'm totally down with that after we talk about that on the show. What kinds of open hardware stuff are you looking at? I mean, I know that you're
So
thinking
there are
development
only a
now.
few, right? So RISC is one of the only architectures that's actually open, and their other one is a Power 9. There are a couple others, but they're much more obscure. And those two are really kind of more focused on the server environment right now. So it's not really ideal for what I'm doing. So I am putting together palm-sized computers based on the Orange Pi 5 right now. That are literally really nice systems, 32 gigs of RAM, 4 terabyte NVMe drives, able to run not just Quartal, but to be a full replacement computer for people to get rid of their Windows environments and potentially also Mac, because Mac is ironically worse in my opinion, especially because of the way that they handle their app releases, and it's something we have to deal with right now too. But yeah, it's really like we've got to get people off of these highly centralized, highly controlled hardware pieces and onto things that are much more open. The fully open is going to be a lot more difficult to get to because there, like I said, there are only a few that even exist. But yeah, we're going to get there when we can.
Have you
right now,
looked
my
at
funding is
Pine 64's RISC-V?
yeah, I have. Yeah. I haven't dug into it really yet. But yeah, I've been looking into a couple different ones. For now, it was easier for me because right now I'm really, I've got a small group of people working with me right now and I have very limited funding. So it's easier for me to deal with something like the Orange Pi than it would be for me to put a bunch of time and effort and money into trying to build another system right now. But that is planned longer term moving forward, right? So.
Okay, cool. So people can follow up with you on Quartal.dev? Is that right?
Yeah, Quartal.dev, you can get access to the community in multiple different ways, or you can literally just download Quartal Hub, and you can obtain your first coin by using cross-chain trades with Litecoin or Pirate Chain or whatever you'd like, and you don't even need anybody's assistance to do that, right? But if you go to Quartal.dev or Quartal.org, either way, we've got links to our private Nextcloud server that is open to anyone coming in and just saying what's up, and if you do that, give us your Quartal, your court address, and we will send you some coin to get started. So we're really not asking for anything from anyone. We're just trying to get the project out there. So yeah, Quartal.dev or Quartal.org, both of them.
All right, Jason, I really appreciate you being on the show. You're a great guest. I think Quartal is one of the more interesting projects out there, so I hope the listeners check it out. And I am also a cool guy. I'm a privacy consultant, blah, blah, blah. Security, physical security. You can find my contact details for Session or SimpleX on VonuPodcast.com/CD. And join us next week on Saturday. We'll be talking about hiding spots for our down-to-earth tip. And for building the second realm, I'll probably be talking about Holochain. And I'll leave you with a quote from Henry Ford. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. This super special live VonuFest6 edition of Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. There's going to be a bunch of live interviews and workshops and shit streamed live straight from VonuFest and Veritas PAZNIA. I think now-ish or soon, Rayo 2 will be speaking live with Sky Huddleston, who's a visionary genius working on some of the most cutting-edge power generation technology in the world. And there's going to be some other cool shit happening for today's special VonuFest broadcast. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
Thanks, guys.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history, developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us? Right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the first realm, the Cerebral Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here, and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon, it'll come up. And again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category, or different categories. It varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. As our Dave, the Amazon username, these are verified purchases, by the way. So people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to identify. It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware, read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just I guess I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and it didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then desire to murder one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge. 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So it's an was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elark Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, so like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting, and we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a third edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, our biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read, and we like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book, but in an unexpected and an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction. This book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. She's shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I won't even read the whole damn thing, because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people who are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to libertyattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it, you can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LiberatorAttack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com. If you want to join the second realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update, and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The self-liberation bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man who's full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
So our first speaker of the day is Chris Rock. So Chris spoke last year in my speaking track, gave an excellent talk, and it was only 20 minutes long, but it was phenomenal. You guys are in for a real treat. Let's give Chris Rock a big hand.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming to the talk today, guys. I know there's a lot of great talks at the moment. There's a lot of Internet of Things that you can go and see, but I think you'll enjoy this talk. This is a talk that I thought I would never talk about. I was never going to talk about this because it was a little bit risky, but I think now that this is the best time to do this talk, not because of all the elections and all that sort of stuff that's been happening now with the Clinton emails, for example, but there was an article that was released. I'll show you the slide. The US National Intelligence Director, James Clapper, said that cyber espionage came second. We came second to ISIS. Now, I don't want to live in a world where ISIS is scarier than hackers, especially in 2016. We previously held the title in 2013, 14 and 15, and to be honest, I was a little bit disappointed when I saw this result. So I thought, I'm in my 40s now, there's a lot of young hackers in the audience, and I'm not going to pass the baton to you guys unless we have that number one spot back in our path. So let's have a quick look at ISIS. A bit of a no-brainer here. When you have an occupier of an occupied country, you have a terrorist organisation. Nothing has changed throughout history. I know it's a simplistic view, but it is an accurate view. So the first thing we need to do is when we lose, and we did lose, we came second. We beat North Korea, that's really good. They got nukes, they're pretty scary. But we can hack anything we want. I know there's a lot of people in this audience could hack anything I ask them to hack. Banks, government, whatever. We just need to put it all together. So the first thing that we need to do is work out why we came second. So let's have a look at ISIS. Let's see how they fight. I just need some audio. That Jack. No.
This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I am calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the Time Chain Police today. Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
My name is Kaylee Welch and I am the Time Chain Police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy.
No time for nuanced discussion. Must protect Bitcoin from destruction. vision. The time chain is my religion. I will protect it with precision. Policing beauty from peeing in the mempool. Filtering transactions sent by shitcoiner fools. The world needs to have sound money. Spam should not be allowed and it's not funny. Time chain police. Time chain police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the time chain police.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener,
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
the hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Life is a continuous confrontation with forks in the road. One is good, one is bad. And you could always wander completely off the road altogether and become lost. Totally and completely lost. If you take the wrong fork at one of these junctions, there is always the opportunity at the next fork to get back on track. But it is a constant battle within ourselves. You see, I have studied this concept for many, many years, and I have to tell you that if there is a real devil, like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it. Now, I'm not telling you that there's no such thing as Satan or Lucifer. I'm telling you this. If there really is a devil, that devil exists in the hearts and minds of men and nowhere else. Nowhere else. For if you take man out of the equation, evil ceases to exist, and there is left only the laws of the universe and the balance of nature. Put man in the equation, and before long, evil will rear its ugly head and present itself to the world. The evil is within man, and that is why it was called the fall. The devil never made anyone do it. If you do it, you did it yourself because you fell into temptation. For until man once again confronts the real nature of his own condition and of the world around him and accepts full responsibility for his actions without blaming anyone else or any devil, until then we will always be a puppet on the end of someone else's string. And ladies and gentlemen, when that someone pulls that string, we will dance.
You're listening to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. Visit our website for free resources to aid you in your pursuit of self-liberation, old Vonu publications, podcasts, guest articles, and much more. Go to VonuPodcast.com. And now, your hosts, Shane and Jason.
All right, and welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. I'm your host, Shane, coming to you once again from the homestead here in southern Illinois. So today I've got just a brief introduction before I turn you over to this episode. Certainly not a conventional episode, and I'm sure that title was, I guess, maybe surprising to some, but for long-time listeners of this podcast, it really shouldn't be. So, anyway, something we've talked about on recent podcasts and live streams. Well, I guess really we've talked about it over the past 4 or 5 years, but something we've discussed, especially over the past couple weeks, past couple months, is the importance of action at the present time, as well as the necessity of organizing with like-minded individuals. Well, as some longtime followers of my work will know, there are some very useful, efficacious strategies of organizing that should not be overlooked, merely due to the fact that they don't originate with anarchists, or I guess the anarchist ideology. Real briefly, though, please let me introduce and define these terms for those who may be new to them, just in case things get super busy again and these re-releases get shelved. So first off, committees of safety, and I think this is the most important one, at least in my opinion. So for this one, I'm going to read just a little bit from an article that Kyle Reardon and I released on April 27, 2016, titled The Origins of the Harney County Committee of Safety. And this was, I guess, surrounding the fiasco at the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, the Malheur Wildlife Refuge Center there in Harney County, Oregon. So anyway, that's irrelevant for these purposes, just going for the definition here. So, quote, a committee of safety can be briefly defined as a mutual self-defense association that also operates as a parallel government. Historically, they were known under a variety of names, yet their function was exactly the same: to pool manpower for defense of the community and legitimize a self-organized populist government. From the English Civil War of the mid-17th century to the Revolutionary Wars of Independence for both America and Texas, committees of safety have historically demonstrated their efficacy in practically securing liberty. Committees of safety were legitimized by general associations composed of the individual citizens within a defined geographical area, whether that takes the form of a town, a county, or even something provincial. These associations were comprised of the rank-and-file membership, who received protection and who in turn gave their individual, explicit consent to their particular local committee of safety. As a truly bottom-up and grassroots organizing model, committees of safety are intended to coordinate the assemblage of men and materiel in preparation for a disaster. A key tenet of American classically liberal republicanism is that the military is subordinated to the civil authority. If the militia is the military, then what constitutes the civil authority? Well, the answer is their local committee of safety. Also, committees of safety are invaluable even in the absence of emergencies, simply because they are a limited form of government, which is directly accountable to the people within a local community. The committeemen are susceptible to public shaming and even ostracism should they abuse their public office. This is what actually keeps their power limited. Modern local committees of safety began their resurgence during the 1990s with the formation of the Central Florida Committee of Safety, as well as the St. Joseph County, Indiana Committee of Safety. In recent years, the formation of the Cherokee County, Georgia Committee of Safety and the Blue Ridge, North Carolina Mountaineers Committee for Constitutional Restoration might be indicative of the growing deeper appreciation for the principles of liberty. Only time and further investigation will tell if this be true or not, end quote. So that's just a brief introduction, again, from an article titled The Origins of the Harney County Committee of Safety, which I will certainly drop in the show notes for those who may be interested in checking that out. And if you're interested in a little, Patriots or, Resistance history, recent history, then this article is there also in audio format, which I think it's a really long audio spoken discourse. Yeah, it's about 26 minutes, spoken discourse for those who may be interested. So that is committees of safety. I think it's just another way of organizing locally. And again, I think that the important thing is, as we've talked about with building second realms and building temporary autonomous zones, physical space and time is crucially important, and that's going to happen locally, at least for most folks. I think committees of safety are just a very, very fantastic way. The idea is organizing in defense of person and property. That's the idea. And I guess I'll read one other thing. There's a website. A really good website, committee.org. And this is from a document in Provincial Congress, Concord, April 12th, 1775. It's a copy of a broadside from Boston, Massachusetts. And here is the text of that, signed by John Hancock, the president at the time, 1775. Quote, whereas the preservation of our country from slavery depends under God on an effectual execution of the continental and provincial measures for that purpose. Resolved that there be now appointed for each county in this colony a committee consisting of 5 persons, any 3 of whom to be a quorum, whose business it shall be to receive from the committees of correspondence in their respective counties a state of the conduct of the towns and districts, with respect to their having executed the continental and provincial plans as foresaid, and it shall be the duty of said committees to meet on the first Wednesdays of May, July, September, November, January, and March, and prepare a report of the same, to be laid before the Congress at its then next session, that any neglect of such towns and districts in executing such plans may be speedily and effectually remedied. Also resolved that it be, and is hereby strongly recommended to the committees of correspondence in the several towns and districts in this colony, sometime before the first Wednesday in May, July, September, November, January, and March, aforesaid, to render any of the members of their county committees, aforesaid, a true state of the conduct of their respective towns and districts, with respect to their having executed each plan recommended by the continental and provincial congresses, and to use their utmost diligence for this important purpose. And whereas some towns and districts in the colony may be destitute of so excellent an institution as committees of correspondence, resolve that it be, and it hereby is strongly recommended to such towns and districts forthwith to choose them, and to afford them assistance at all times, and eventually suppressing the efforts of the enemies of America whenever they shall make them. Signed by the order of the Provincial Congress, John Hancock, President. And that is just, an example from a historical example. But, that's the idea. That's the idea. Whether this is, 1775 in historical revolutionary America, or if we're talking about, as is said here in the last sentence, effectually suppressing the efforts of the enemies of America whenever they shall make them. Well, or I guess, certain emergencies where, totalitarian governments certainly overstep their bounds and need remedied. And again, committees of safety are one possible way to remedy that. And I'll drop a link to committee.org in the show notes as well for you guys to take some additional time to peruse. lots of great stuff there. The next thing I was going to talk about today was just real briefly is security teams. And this is more of a concept. It's not a parallel government like committees of safety. It's more akin to freedom cells. If you're familiar with Derek Broze and John Bush's, formulation of that concept, 7 to 11 people, 7 to 10 people, somewhere in that range, that work together on various things, and these are all very individualizable, very subjective. Some groups might have come together for different purposes, but the idea is, again, the idea is organizing here, whether it's small, a small scale, locally, community-based, whatever. So security teams, and this is an article from Gary Hunt's website. Let me pull it up. Okay, so this is our security team. He published this on May 10th, 2009, and I will mention we did have him on as part of the Direct Action series on LUA Radio on January 3rd, 2016, to talk about committees of safety and security teams. So another long episode, a couple hours at least. And you can get all the information there. I'll put that link in the show notes as well for you to check out. But anyway, here's the article, Our Security Team. To give you an example of what they did. Quote, back in about the middle of 1992, a number of us had gotten together. We were concerned over the future of America and wanted to be prepared for the changes that we expected to come. 5 of us, all men, met and decided to establish a network that could act to protect ourselves and provide aggressive action if necessary. We used to meet every Thursday for lunch. All would meet at my office, and then we'd pick a restaurant rather randomly so as to minimize the possibility of establishing a pattern that would leave us open to surveillance during our meetings. Upon arrival at the restaurant, we observed all who come after our arrival. Not so much that we were concerned at that time that we might be watched, rather to establish a habit so that we are less likely to be subject to scrutiny during our future meetings. After the 3rd or 4th meeting, one of the members, George Sibley, asked if his common-law wife, Linda Lyon, could become a member as well. It was decided that we would have an answer by the next meeting. We had decided that, once we were established, we would open the door to no new members. I had not met Linda, nor had 2 of the others. George and the other member, however, had spoken very highly of her, so by the next meeting she was brought into the group. The decision had to be made at the office, so she joined us at that meeting. Now we were 6. Something that we had begun discussing and working on developing was creating cells under leadership of each of the members. Each member could enlist cell members up to 7 in number, which would be subordinate to that member. George and Linda opted for a single cell. Cell members would be recruited, trained, and understand that there was a larger unit, but no information about who, where, or anything else which might jeopardize the other cells was ever to be presented to the cell members. I'm just going to jump in here for a moment, and this is exactly it's a very similar notion to freedom cells. So I just think it's very interesting. The overlap, it's very, very, very similar, But anyway, each member was to train his cell as he saw fit. We began, however, to work on standardizing the training so that the best ideas of each of our members could be incorporated into the overall scheme. We discussed how we would come together in the event that circumstances warranted it. We picked a location in a heavily forested area northwest of Orlando for the meeting place. We had arranged our communications so that if the meeting was ever called, by voice communication and contingent signals that we were to meet. We discussed the possibility of infiltration of the cells. It was decided that, if we were called up, once the cell was brought together, and long before they had any idea where the meeting place was, that any observable attempt at delay, communication, or suspicious activity would warrant the immediate dismissal of that cell member. The whole was too important to observe any rules of etiquette or justice, and assuring that all laws done to best provide for the protection of the whole. George and Linda began publishing a magazine called Liberatus, and I was setting up to begin a newspaper, Outpost Freedom. The others, their names, functions, etc., are not relevant to the remainder of this story. But as a concern over whether there would be any attempt to cause trouble for any of us, we set up a dead man switch phone system so that if it was suspected that anyone was doing anything risky or had reason to be concerned, the dead man system was activated. The persons that we were concerned about would have to contact a designated member at regular intervals. That interval would be set as was deemed best serves the situation. Provision was made for nighttime and sleep. If the member did not make the call by the required time, the designated contact person would contact the others, and efforts would commence to find what happened to the concerned about member. As it was, I went to Waco on March 5th, 1993. My writings, fax network, were going out to perhaps 10,000 people every night. We know that we riled up the FBI because they excluded me from the press conferences after March 21. Unlike the regular networks, we were contacting Davidians who were not in jail or Mount Carmel and digging into the actions of the FBI. On April 21, I returned to Florida. The security team had my schedule and arranged for 3 members, armed, to be in the airport outside of the security area to provide for my protection on returning from Waco. Though, as it turned out, the team wasn't necessary, the exercise was a good one, and that it showed that we could and would respond should the need arise. My first night back, George and Linda spent the night with me in a hotel as an additional precaution. The next day, the dead man calling system was implemented. I was required to call the designated person every half hour for the first 2 days back, then we shifted to 1 hour intervals for 2 days. Finally, we determined that the need for the calling system no longer existed. We never did have to call an alert to gather in the woods with our respective cells, but we were able to develop and test a system to see how it worked. We found deficiencies and corrected them. Though I've only touched on some aspects of the team, our development was much broader than it appears. The whole exercise was an invaluable lesson, and one that might provide some ideas to those of you who wish to pursue some sort of organization for your own protection." End quote. So again, that was Our Security Team by Gary Hunt, May 10th, 2009. I will drop the link in the show notes. And finally, the last one, I guess the last thing to talk about is militias. And I will leave that for today's episode, which is titled Militia, the Law. It is an April 25th, 1995 broadcast of Bill Cooper's The Hour of the Time. And he's going to go into all that stuff, into the militia, and I think it's just a really good episode. A really good episode that I re-listened to recently. And I figured I would go ahead and re-release it. It's definitely relevant. And again, it provided me an in to mention committees of safety again, and I will continue to do so. And really try to encourage folks. Even anarchist Vonuans, they're worth looking into. Certainly worth looking into. So, without further ado, libertarianattack.com, Libertarian Attack Publications for all of your anarchist or I guess self-liberation book needs. And the website for this podcast, VonuPodcast.com. You can find all of our previous shows. Free Vonu books. You can find the Vonu Live Forum, and so much more at VonuPodcast.com. That's all I've got for you today. Please enjoy this episode. Again, April 25th, 1995, broadcast of Bill Cooper's The Hour of the Time, titled Militia, the Law. Please enjoy.
You're listening to The Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Well, folks, we're starting to find out who is what they belong to, what real philosophies they subscribe to, and who's got guts and who doesn't. That's right. Now's the time to look around and cull the ranks. Get rid of the chicken pluckers and the whiners and the crybabies, and recruit strong people who didn't even know there was a militia that they could join. In the state of Michigan, one of the broadcasts that was demonizing the militia of Michigan flashed their phone number on the television screen, and they have never in their history had so many calls of people who didn't even realize there was a militia who want to now join. So thanks to the scumbag communist news networks, the militias are growing. People are fed up with the lies and the propaganda and the flat out-and-out bullshit spouted from people like Peter Jennings and Connie Chung, Dan Rather, Ted Koppel, Barbara Walters, Rush Limbaugh, and all of the other puke-faced traitors to the Constitution of the United States of America. Those who profess to support freedom of speech. Only for them. Not for anyone else. Anyone who disagrees with these liberal, Marxist, puke-faced scumbags is demonized. No, we're not allowed to speak. We're not allowed to expose their lies. Well, I got news for you. We are allowed, and we will continue. Nothing is going to shut us up. Nothing you do, nothing you say, they will stoop to anything. One woman from ABC actually went to WWCR and told them that she had permission from me for them to give her tapes of my broadcast. Well, they're not fools at WWCR. They called me. And boy, was she embarrassed. Caught in another lie. And just for the ears of all the rest of you lying scumbags, should you attempt it, all of my videotapes, all of my audio tapes, whether labeled as such or not, are copyrighted by William Cooper. They are not to be played on television or radio or to any audience whatsoever without my express written permission. And if they are, I will sue you for every single penny I can get within the law and to the fullest extent of the law. I've had a lot of experience with the media folks. They don't fool me like they fool most of you. They don't get me on a camera to tell them the truth and document what I know, and then take that videotape and chop it all up into little pieces and then put it together again to make somebody look like an idiot. That's what they do. That's what you've been watching. On the special on ABC tonight, up in the corner, they have anti-government. Little subtle brainwashing there. No matter what the person on the screen says. See, they never knew when they were taped that they were going to put anti-government up above their head. Or that they would chop up what they said out of context to make them look like idiots. The press is the propaganda arm of the Marxist, socialist New World Order. There is not one American amongst them. They are traitors. They have discredited themselves. Have no truck with them. Do not grant any interviews with them. Do not allow yourself to be videotaped under any circumstances. Don't even talk to them. The minute you realize that you're talking to the press, if it's on the telephone, hang up. If they're at your door, close the door in their face. And don't bother being polite, because believe me, if you talk to them, they are not going to be polite to you. They will vilify you. They will demonize you. They will lie about you. They will chop up the videotape to make you look as bad as they possibly can. If you want to go on live radio, do it. Any live radio talk show, do it. Make sure you have your facts. Make sure you understand the law. Make sure you understand who you are. And don't open your mouth unless you know what you're talking about. And if you're in a militia, don't ever talk to the press. Don't ever issue a press statement. Say absolutely nothing. Allow your leaders to do the talking. That's what they're for. What's happening in this country has only happened before in this world in Marxist, socialist dictatorships, in the old Soviet Union, in Cuba, in Nazi Germany. It has never before happened in this country to the extent that it is happening now. Oh yes, the press has lied before. Oh yes, the press has demonized people before. Oh yes, we've always known that the press can twist facts and make the truth seem like a lie and a lie seem like the truth. We've always known that. But we have never, ever realized the full capability of these scum until now. And what has happened to the backbone of America? Where are all those people who used to be proud to be called patriots? Where are all those people who used to be proud to say that they would protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic? And where are all the veterans who swore that oath when they went into the military service and have never been released from that oath, to my knowledge? Well, I don't know where they are, but I bet you within the next few weeks we're going to find out. And I believe this is going to backfire on these socialist Marxist pukes like they never dreamed. Like they never dreamed. They're telling America that Christians are terrorists. That fundamentalists of any religion are terrorists. Specifically, fundamentalist Islamics are terrorists. Patriots are terrorists. People loyal to the Constitution are terrorists. Constitutionists are terrorists. Militiamen are terrorists. Now, to my knowledge, the way I was reared, that includes just about everybody I've ever known in my entire life, and everybody that I know now. And if I were younger, I would say it included everybody in this country, because fundamentalism includes Orthodox Jews. It includes people who adhere to the basic religious beliefs of the Buddhist religion. That's what fundamentalists believe. And adhering to the basic tenets of the religion and not bending to the will of the New Age. That's what it really means. And you know something else? I know a lot of people in the New Age movement who are staunch patriots. Staunch patriots. So these people in the press are slapping in the face every loyal American that lives in this country. And it's going to backfire upon them in spades. You watch and see. Don't go away. I'll be right back. And tonight we're going to talk about the militia and the law. All the things that they don't tell you on television. And if you're a new listener, you listen very carefully and then you go back and listen to the lies. The militia are the backbone patriot people of this nation who will fight and die to protect you and the Constitution and this country from any enemy, foreign or domestic. And those who want to subvert the Constitution and destroy this country and bring into being a totalitarian Marxist state had better watch out, because if you push us too far, we will restore this Constitution to its rightful place as the supreme law of the land. Those who have committed treason will be arrested, will be brought before a grand jury under the law. If they are indicted, they will be tried. And if they are convicted, they will hang by their neck until they are dead. And that is the truth. You want to take our liberties away? Not without a fight. You want to propaganda us and call us names and try to demonize us, the people who made this country great? Not without a fight. You want to pass draconian legislation and make the president a dictator over an empirical government, over my dead body? And I'm not the only one in this country who believes this way, as you will surely find out. Those arrested for the Oklahoma City bombing have not been charged, have not been tried, have not been found guilty of anything. And in this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. None of them have been or ever will be connected to any militia in this nation. They are not militiamen. They are not patriots. The one whom I have investigated, Timothy McVeigh, claims to have participated as a volunteer in a mind control operation in the United States Army and was implanted with a microcomputer chip. He has been telling his friends this ever since he left the United States Army, and nobody has listened. He even claims that the United States Army could follow him by electronic surveillance of this chip and knew where he was all the time. You don't think it's possible? Start studying the developments in mind control techniques and the experimental psychology of Dr. Louis Jolyon West, who was sent to Oklahoma City. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Nazis were socialists. The socialists don't want you to know that. They want to call us Nazis. You see, there's a scale. It's called right and left. On the left, the far left, is communism. Total, complete control and ownership by the state of everything. Just a little above that is socialism, fascism. As you go toward the middle, you become finally in touch with some reality, and you get near Republican, the constitutional government, which this country started out to be. It's not anymore. If we're not careful, we're going to lose it all. As you go farther to the right, you find less and less control and more individual responsibility and freedom until you reach the far right, which is anarchy, not Nazis, not fascism. You find that with the puke-faced little whiny liberals who have to have protection by the state from everything. They're irresponsible. They don't believe in anything. They think this is it. There's no God, there's no hereafter. If this is it, I must have the supreme protection. The state must take care of me, must educate me, must change my diapers, must give me a job, must protect me, must entertain me, must tell me when to go to bed, when to get up. Children. Listen to the news, ladies and gentlemen. Those are children whining and crying and blaming because somebody is taking their toys away. And let me assure you, if we were not really hurting them with the truth, this would not be occurring. And that is the truth. Now let's get to the militia. Oh yes, let's get to the militia. I'm holding in my hand, well, let's go to the other one first. I'll start with my state. You're going to have to take care of your own state because I'm not going to do the research for everybody. You see, they're telling you that what we're doing is unlawful, illegal, wrong. We're demons. Somehow, we're threatening everyone. The truth is, we're the last protection against a dictatorship. The Constitution of Arizona, Article 2, Section 26, bearing arms. The right of the individual citizen to bear arms in defense of himself or the state shall not be impaired, but nothing in this section shall be construed as authorizing individuals or corporations to organize, maintain, or employ an armed body of men. They're talking about a private army, and it is clear in the references here. In Section 26-115, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, that's Section 26-121. Militia. Composition of militia. The militia of the state of Arizona consists of all able-bodied citizens of the state between the ages of 18 and 45 years, and all residents of the state between such ages who have declared their intention to become citizens of the United States, except. And it lists a bunch of exceptions. Among the exceptions, ladies and gentlemen, are persons exempted by the laws of the state or the United States, idiots, lunatics, totally blind persons, and persons convicted of infamous crimes, judges and clerks of courts of record, state and county civil officers holding office by election, and members of the legislature. The purpose for that in the laws of the state of Arizona is because if those people in the government who were subverting the government and oppressing the citizenry were also in command of the militia, the purpose of the militia would be destroyed. And it goes on. There's many more. There's much more. There's an awful lot here. But we only have an hour. This is all available to the press. They don't tell you this. You see, whether you know it or not, or whether you like it or not, if you live in the state of Arizona, and you are within the parameters that I just gave you, you're a member of the militia, whether you like it or not. And the militia is not the National Guard. Oh, big surprise, huh? Oh, Connie Chung didn't tell you that? Well, no wonder. She's a liar. What was it that she said to Mrs. Gingrich? Oh, you can tell me, dearie. I won't tell a soul. You believe these scum? They're the scum of the earth. They're beneath contempt. In fact, when they're not on television, you can probably find them on the bottom of the ocean, because they are the lowest thing on earth. In fact, they are lower than the lowest thing on earth. The lowest thing on earth is whale feces. And you will find that on top of the people that you see on television. United States Code Service, Lawyers Edition, Title 10, Armed Forces. Chapter 13, The Militia. Section 311, Militia Composition and Classes. The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age and, except as provided in Section 313 of Title 32 USCS Section 313, under 45 years of age, who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become citizens of the United States, and of female citizens of the United States who are commissioned officers of the National Guard. The classes of the militia are, 1, the organized militia, which consists of the National Guard and the Naval Militia, and 2, the unorganized militia, which consists of the members of the militia who are not members of the National Guard or the Naval Militia. Why don't they tell you that? Do you know? Have you bothered to ask them? Do you even care? These people are liars, ladies and gentlemen. Militia duty exemptions. Section 312A. The following persons are exempt from militia duty: the Vice President, the judicial and executive officers of the United States, the several states and territories, Puerto Rico, and the Canal Zone. Members of the armed forces except members who are not on active duty. Custom house clerks, persons employed by the United States in the transmission of mail, workmen employed in armories, arsenals, and naval shipyards of the United States, pilots on navigable waters, mariners in the sea service of a citizen of or a merchant in the United States. Why are all these not available for militia duty? For the same reason, ladies and gentlemen. Some of them are necessary to the fundamental operation of the country and of commerce. And some cannot be. Because of the people in the government who were subverting the government and oppressing the people were in control of the militia, then the purpose of the militia would be destroyed. Do you understand? Oh, I'm not finished. Oh, no, I'm not finished. I am sick to death of these liars. Title 10, Armed Forces. Chapter 13, the Militia. Militia composition and classes. A. The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age and, except as provided in Section 311 of Title 32, under 45 years of age who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become citizens of the United States, and the female citizens of the United States who are commissioned officers of the National Guard. The classes of the militia are the organized militia, which consists of the National Guard and the Naval Militia, and 2, the unorganized militia, which consists of the members of the militia who are not members of the National Guard or the Naval Militia. There's a lot of you out there listening don't even know you're in the militia. You are in the militia. And if the leaders of the militia call you up and you fail to be called up, you can be courts-martialed and jailed. Did you know that? Did you also know that in the tradition of this country, any competent citizen can call up the militia? Were you aware that under the law, when you call yourself up armed with a weapon to protect your property or the life of yourself, your family, or someone else, you have called up yourself as a militia of one? Did you know that when the sheriff calls up citizens and deputizes them, he has called up the militia? Did you know that the militia exists whether or not the press says it exists, whether or not the Communist News Network, and they have a research division? They know all of this. They're just liars. Did you know that if you fit the parameters that I have just read to you, either in your state or with the federal government, you are a member of the militia. And if your state has no laws concerning the militia, you are still a member of the militia of the United States of America. Did you know that? Did you know that if you're going to be a member of the militia and could be called up as such under the law, it is absolutely foolish not to have a structure of organization and to know what equipment you should have and to have practiced so that you don't go out and shoot somebody or trip over a curb and shoot yourself or just absolutely make a stupid fool out of yourself and destroy whatever operation you are called upon to perform? The men and women in this country who belong to the militias are responsible citizens fulfilling their role under the law. Under the law, legally, lawfully, and it is their duty, and it has always been the duty of the citizens of this country to function as members of the militia. And it doesn't stop there. Do you know that under the law and in the traditions of this country, anyone, even if they don't fit those parameters, can volunteer? If you're over the age of 45, you can volunteer. Did you know that in Title 10 of the United States Code, it says that if you have ever served in any branch of the armed forces and have an honorable discharge, that you are a member of the militia until age 65? Did you know that? No, you didn't know it? Nope. Some of you knew it. Those of you who are in militias know it. The rest of you stupid sheeple fit the description that the Marxists have of you. A nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. That is exactly word for word what they believe you are. And that's why they're able to propagandize you and lie to you and lead you around by the leg, or the ring in your nose, or the puppet strings fastened to you, and when they call the tune and the piper plays, you dance. Because that's what you're supposed to do. You're stupid, ignorant, apathetic, and you'd better stop. Because I'm telling you right now, what occurred in Nazi Germany will occur again here, very shortly, if Americans do not wake up. if you do not wake up. Now, if the militia does not exist, ladies and gentlemen, what are all these laws concerning the militia? You see, it doesn't say that in an emergency, Congress will recruit and organize a militia. It says Congress will call up the militia. And the militia is what I have just outlined to you under the law. Now let me read you something else. Where disobedience by a militiaman to a call to military service is punishable by fine, such fine is deemed an equivalent for his service and an atonement for his disobedience. The Pennsylvania Act of March 28, 1814, providing that the officers and privates of the militia of that state, neglecting or refusing to serve when called into actual service in pursuance of any order or requisition of the President of the United States shall be liable to the penalties defined in the Act of Congress of February 28, 1795, or any penalty which had been or thereafter should be prescribed by any law of the United States, and also providing for the trial of such delinquents by a state court-martial is not repugnant to the Constitution and laws of the United States. This information and you rub the noses of the puke-faced scumbag liars. They are irresponsible Marxists. You are the responsible citizens of the United States of America. Act accordingly. Read the history of the militia. Read the purpose that the militia was founded by our forefathers. A word which one of the president's cabinet members, when she was the president of a university, outlawed on campus. Founding fathers, forefathers was outlawed. How about that? General military law, personnel, the militia. The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age and, except as provided in Section 313 of Title 32, under 45 years of age who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become citizens of the United States, and the female citizens of the United States who are members of the National Guard. And it goes on to say, ladies and gentlemen, that any citizen who has served honorably in any of the military services of the United States of America is a militia member until age 65. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The Constitution of the United States of America, Amendment 2, 1791. Because freedom, yours and mine, is ultimately dependent upon the rights guaranteed by these words, it is imperative that we understand their meaning. A militia, ladies and gentlemen, is an armed citizenry, which according to the American Heritage Dictionary is not a part of the regular armed forces, but is on call for service in an emergency. The Federalist Papers show that the militia referred to in the Second Amendment is, quote, the armed citizenry, end quote. It is the right of the people, not the right of any government entity which is protected. The active clause in the second article in amendment to the Constitution is the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and the descriptive clause is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Under the law, it is the active clause that determines the meaning of the law. The security of a free state clearly presupposes that the state, the citizenry, is free and needs to secure that freedom by defending the Constitution of the United States, the guarantor of that freedom, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The exact words in the oath that I took when I entered the United States Air Force and then later the United States Navy. I have never foregone that oath and never will. And that includes any enemies, including the socialist, lying, puke-faced propaganda arm of the communist news networks. Enemies foreign obviously refers to entities, ladies and gentlemen, or governments not of our country. Enemies domestic can only refer to an entity or government of our country. In effect, a government which would choose to make itself an enemy of the people by depriving its citizens of their constitutional rights. This, ladies and gentlemen, is called tyranny, and it is exactly what William Clinton and this traitorous Congress, with their contract with America, is going to do if you allow them to push through the draconian, liberty-erasing legislation that they are now crying for. It's called tyranny. And the primary reason for and purpose of a militia, an armed citizenry, a militia available to a government of the people, but beyond the purview of a government against the people, and that is why the officers of the government cannot belong to the militia. To place the militia beyond the purview of a government against the people is to secure the freedom of the people against such a government. Why do I have to do this for you? You're American citizens. It is your duty, your obligation to know the law. It's your duty and obligation to know the history of this country. It is your duty and obligation to understand the Constitution and what liberty means and the responsibilities that are attached to it. Thomas Jefferson, in a letter to James Madison, said that a Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth, general and particular. Again, in his very first inaugural address, he included among the essential principles of our government a well-disciplined militia. And if militias don't meet in practice, they cannot be well-disciplined. He also included the supremacy of the civil over the military authority. And should we wander from these principles in moments of error and alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. End quote. We the people. Everyone say that. Open your mouth and say this. We the people. The citizenry have both a right and a responsibility individually and collectively to keep and bear arms in order to defend ourselves against all enemies of our Constitution and the rights and freedoms thereby guaranteed. What kind of arms? Any kind it takes. And if they attempt to take our liberties and freedoms and our Constitution away from us, we have the right, no, the duty, the responsibility to resist with all means and all instruments available to us, or that we can get our hands on, or that we can invent or manufacture with no restrictions whatsoever. Because not to do so does not guarantee liberty, but slavery. Obviously, arms must be kept and borne in a responsible manner in order to serve the constitutionally stated need and purpose. The Second Amendment is not concerned, as some absurdly would suggest, with hunting and sporting rights, albeit these rights exist, along with the right to defend our lives and property. The fundamental intent of the Second Amendment is to arm the citizenry to defend itself against, quote, every government on earth, end quote, foreign or domestic, which would make itself an enemy of the people by violating their constitutionally protected rights. The government doesn't know this. They've forgotten it, or they've intentionally subverted it, but the government is the servant of an armed citizenry. That's why the government hates an armed citizenry because the government doesn't want to be the servant. They want to be the master, and they want us to be the slaves. It is the tyrant over an unarmed citizenry. The government is the servant of an armed citizenry. It is the tyrant over an unarmed citizenry. Witness the many tragic illustrations of this deplorable state around the world. Look what has happened to every peoples who have allowed themselves to be disarmed. Very shortly thereafter, they became slaves. No government by the people and for the people needs fear the arms of the people. Let me say that again so that you understand it. And those of you in the government and in the press better listen. Because what you're doing today is not a reflection upon us. It is a reflection upon you. And the response to your dictatorial arrogance is the militia. No government by the people and for the people needs fear the arms of the people. Only a government against the people and their rights need fear their arms. To lay down our arms is to transfer all power, all control from the people to the government, thereby destroying, not securing our freedom, for which once men were willing to die, and many of us are still willing to die. The price of liberty, as Thomas Jefferson and others have warned, is eternal vigilance. Now this, folks, is not to be construed as an indictment against our present government. But vigilance requires that we be ever aware that tyrannies have arisen both from within and from without throughout history. And it will never change. That history indeed often repeats itself, and that it can happen here. And many of us believe that it already is. And I think many more believe that than is properly understood. My fellow citizens, dear listeners, those of you who have been listening to this broadcast for a long, long time, those who are just beginning to listen, those who may be turning in for the first time, arise from your indifference. Come out of the fog. Awaken. Pull the wool back from over your eyes. Stop being sheeple. Take a stand. Unite. Advise your congressmen of your resolve. Remind them that their duty is to serve the people as provided by our Constitution, and that any action which would violate our constitutional rights will not be tolerated. And don't neglect to thank those congressmen who support and defend our rights. Form militias, join militias, arm yourselves. Take the responsibility that the law and the traditions of this country require of responsible, patriotic, constitutionally committed citizens of the United States of America and of the several states. And understand that the militia is the final protection of the people against all enemies from without or within. It is truly the last and only legal and proper law enforcement body in this nation. Its purpose, according to the Constitution, is to repel invasion, suppress insurrection, and get this, folks, enforce the laws of the Union. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now take all this and shove it down these puke-faced Marxist, lying, communist news networks' creeps' throats. Stick it in their ears, and if you can, stuff it up there you-know-what. It is absolutely imperative that we not allow this to happen. They have an agenda. It's one world totalitarian socialist government which cannot become a reality if Americans do not give up their guns. The biggest thorn in their paw right now is the militia. And that's exactly the way our forefathers intended it to be. And that's the way it is. And I'm going to tell you right now, whatever decision you may make, if they ever come for my weapons, I will die on my doorstep defending my rights rather than surrender and live in a socialist totalitarian regime. And that is exactly what is coming. If they come against the legal and lawful constituted militia, it is the duty of the militia to resist and oppose them by whatever means necessary. And that is exactly what our founding fathers intended, and that is exactly the way it must be. To act in any other manner is irresponsible. It is to give up liberty in the face of fear. And if you give up liberty in the face of fear, you have no life to live. For if that fear is indicative of what is coming, then what is coming after you are disarmed will be much, much worse than that initial fear. I will not live under tyranny. To provide means of communication for a nationwide militia, we have formed, and we will continue to form, and we will continue to educate and to train and to drill and to be ready. And as long as that happens, we will remain free. And the day that it stops, that it ceases to happen, we will cease to be free. And the day that Americans give up their weapons, they will become slaves. For a government of and for the people cannot and will not ever fear an armed citizenry. But a government that fears an armed citizenry would be a tyrant. Title 18, United States Code Service, Section 1385. Use of Army and Air Force as posse comitatus, whoever, except in cases and under circumstances expressly authorized by the Constitution or Act of Congress, willfully uses any part of the Army or the Air Force as a posse comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. And they are doing this constantly all across the country. It is the militia that they are supposed to call up, not the military, because the militia will think twice before they injure the rights or the property or the person of their fellow citizens. But the military has no such worry. In the report of the Subcommittee on the Constitution of the Committee on the Judiciary, United States Senate, 97th Congress, 2nd Session, February 1982, on page 11, it says this, quote, "The militia refers to a concept of a universally armed people, not to any specifically organized unit. When the framers referred to the equivalent of our National Guard, they uniformly used the term select militia and distinguished this from militia. Debates over the Constitution constantly referred to organized militia units as a threat to freedom comparable to that of a standing army, and stressed that such organized units did not constitute and indeed were philosophically opposed to the concept of a militia. That the National Guard is not the militia referred to in the Second Amendment is even clearer today. Congress has organized the National Guard under its power to raise and support armies and not its power to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia. H.R. Report Number 141, 73rd Congress, First Session, 2533. This Congress chose to do in the interest of organizing reserve military units which were not limited in deployment by the strictures of our power over the constitutional militia, which can be called forth only to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. The modern National Guard was specifically intended to avoid status as the constitutional militia. So where does this leave us? Well, as I see it, our elected officials and the members of the news media are no less guilty than any looter or arsonist and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law for demonizing the legal, constituted, responsible citizens' militia. In fact, you could be said that if we were threatened, what they are doing is treason. And ladies and gentlemen, if what they are doing is to subvert the rights guaranteed by the Constitution and force draconian legislation which would cause the president to become dictator and the government to become an empirical force, then it is treason. Read the Federalist Papers, number 24 through 34. The Federalist Papers, number 24 through 34. It says in there, for example, quote, "If the representatives of the people betray their constituents, there is then no resource left but in the exertion of that original right of self-defense which is paramount to all positive forms of government." And in Federalist Papers number 28, section 6, quote, "It may safely be received as an axiom in our political system that the state governments will, in all possible contingencies, afford complete security against the invasions of public liberty by the national authority." And in Federalist Papers number 28, section 8, well, that's what I just read you. That was it. When a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. And there's much, much more, folks, but we only have an hour. Read the Uniform Code of Military Justice, for that is our manual. If you understand all of this, and you would like to be a responsible citizen, whether you join the intelligence service or not, either form or join a militia. Do it properly and correctly under the law. Good night, and God bless you all.
You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
Okay, let me see here. One moment, folks. Checking. Audio levels look actually pretty decent here. This is a first time I've ever streamed from outside here. So that's fine. Don't matter. But anyway, it looks like we're good on OBS, and all avenues are a go. Okay. All right, guys. Well, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live, coming to you from VonuFest6 here at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. My name is Shane, a.k.a. Rayo2, and let me tell you, it's been a hell of an event so far. This really kicked off, I guess, for us. When we returned from a different Freedom Gathering on Sunday evening, things kicked off here pretty much immediately, and yeah, it's been chaotic good, but yeah, it's been a hell of a week for sure. But yeah, for those that weren't able to attend, here's your digital taste of VonuFest, the premier gathering of self-liberation, streaming on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, somehow Twitch still, considering how much Thane says the N-word and talks about violence. But we're still on Twitch. I guess if you want to follow us over there for now, and also Entropy. Earlier you caught, again, Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle, which is live every Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. Then an hour or so rebroadcast of an old Bill Cooper Hour of the Time episode on militias. And now, the Vonu Podcast Live with with a couple very special guests. And, it's a very dynamic environment, so, it is what it is. You're in the full live experience, folks. But, yeah, many of you have heard my interviews with Sky Huddleston, Breakthrough Energy Pioneer. You may have also caught the only episode so far of Second Realm Speed Dating, featuring Sky and some 27-year-old mindless millennial. But today I'm sitting right next to the man himself, and I'm also told there are 2 more episodes of Second Realm Speed Dating forthcoming, so that is good news for everybody. And if you haven't experienced it, rest assured you'll definitely enjoy it. Also with me is his associate colleague Brady. Got questions? Drop them in any of the chats, and we'll try to work them in. And you can also give us some Monero if you want to. Just go to xmrchat.com/P.A.Z.NIA Radio. And yeah, we'll read those messages on air if I remember to check, which it's possible I might not. Anyway, Sky, welcome back to the Vonu Podcast, and welcome to VonuFest. How are you enjoying your time here so far?
Thus far, it's been pretty darned relaxing. That would be the most interesting word I could use to describe it. It's been a very relaxing event.
Yeah, well, that's good. Because I guess one of the first questions I had for you is like, how's it feel to relax? Because I don't think that happens very much for you, does it?
No, it does not. It's an interesting experience, actually. There's a lot of guilt. I'm saying I should be working. I should be productive. Right? So I have to force myself via a little bit of a stoicism to realize that I'm not going back until Sunday. I need to relax. This is happening. It's going to happen. And I need to make the most of it. So.
Oh yeah, there you go. And if you notice a little pause between, we're kind of doing it the old getaway. I didn't want to get 2 microphones out and mic stands. That's too complicated. But anyway, yeah, Brady, you were able to make it to VonuFest last year, and it was great to have you then, and great to have you back. I guess could you introduce yourself a little bit, who you are and what you do, and how you and Sky kind of got involved in a little bit there.
Yeah, so, I don't know, Sky and we met on Discord, like, ages and ages ago, and I think it's been, 7, 8, 9 years, something like that. We just started chatting, started talking back and forth about some of the engineering projects and stuff that he was wanting to do, and, I don't know, right around when all the COVIDiot nonsense kicked off, I left my home in the great state of Texas, now overrun with Californians, and I pretty much came up north and looking for a cooler climate, and eventually wound up, just hanging out next to Sky and become his sort of left-hand Mad Hatter, do whatever the hell he wants. That I specialize more in the sparky and the wire biting sort of things, and I can help check his math on some of the other stuff. And yeah, it's pretty much all we've been doing this whole time. So
cool, right on. And when we begin to wrap up, John, who's been, I think he was at at a PAZNIA SecRealm assembly at some point. I think he was. At some point, I'll have him on the show to introduce himself again. And I guess, John, hell, you're here right now. Why don't you go ahead and do that? And then you're also going to demo the Thumper, which is a cool little tool that our friend brought. But welcome back, and how's it going?
Oh, going pretty good. I just this is my third or fourth. But yeah, I always enjoy this time. It's always very relaxing, like Sky says, and it seems like every year just keeps going by faster. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, certainly. I guess we'll get right into it here. So Sky, and the last time we talked, which I don't remember when it was, but the second time we talked, we went pretty deep into the Bork engine, kind of some of those potentialities. But let's kind of just start with an overview, if you could. Give us an overview on the Bork engine. Some of the, and maybe some of the backstory as to how you got set out onto this venture in the first place.
Yeah, sure. So I guess we could start off with the beginning, which is I became very interested in these alternative prime mover technologies because when I was younger, I couldn't really do anything, couldn't really go anywhere, didn't really have a lot of economic opportunities because the price of gasoline was always cost prohibitive to go do something, and not having a lot of money, you have to learn how to fix things. You become intimately familiar with why engines break, and you become sick of fixing engines because they break quite often. So I set out to build an engine that would be efficient, not gulp fuel, and would be crazy simple and easy to maintain, repair, and fix. Those are the two primary objectives. Make an engine that is, number one, very reliable, number two, easy to fix when it does break, and number three, is super fuel efficient so that it's cheap to operate. That's the primary objectives on the matter.
Yeah. So I guess the couple highlights here. What I think you've said, it takes like one part or one tool in 5 minutes. You can basically have the entire thing taken apart. But the other cool thing about it is, like you could put gas in it. You could just put like normal gas or diesel in it. But you can also use a lot more. You have a lot of options for the fuel sources. So I guess talk more about the advantages and kind of. You have a much bigger vision for it though. In terms of like decentralizing large amounts of energy to like the individuals. Yeah, tell us a bit about about some of those advantages.
Well, I mean that's maybe long-term stuff, but I'll focus on what we can do short-term, which is we have a high degree of fuel versatility. Things like gasoline, kerosene, JP8, diesel fuel, they will all be able to be burned in this engine because they're being outfitted with catalytic ignition systems right now. So that offers a wide degree of fuel flexibility. There's no spark plugs, so there's no ignition timing, there's no advance, there's no retard, there's no breaker points, there's no magneto to go wrong, there's no wires to jump or arc or get chewed through, there's no contact points to corrode and fail, right? So eliminating the ignition system and replacing the spark ignition system with a catalytic ignition system greatly boosts our reliability and longevity, which is the number one reason why engines fail, is the ignition system.
Gotcha. And Brady, like obviously you've got your own specialties, but you've been helping Sky on this project. What are your thoughts on? I mean, you're familiar with. I think I've heard you talk about the P.A.Z.NIA, the P.A.Z.NIA motor and some of these other alternative energy possibilities, breakthrough energy possibilities. But what are your thoughts on the Bork engine generally with your knowledge and background?
Well, as a guy that was actually on board some of our nation's nuclear-powered submarines, I was taught a lot about basic engine theory and stuff like that. It's kind of how Sky and I started having our first many conversations, who knows how long ago. And the thing that's always really excited me is having had some clearance and access to some of the things not everybody else knows is one of the things that actually led me running far away from anything remotely considered official or state or government. And what I really like about the potentiality of this is the possibility for essentially anyone anywhere to power their home cheaper than most people can afford it at the grid, assuming, standard American home, 2.5 kilowatt hours, running 14.5 cents per kilowatt hour from the electric company. The reality of this is that if you're, buying fuel for pretty much anything under like $5 a gallon, or refining it yourself, like some of the folks that live in or near cornfields, like so much of the U.S. does. You can make your own alcohol. You can pretty much anything that goes boom, like the old world diesel engines used to be able to do. They'll run on turpentine, alcohol, kerosene. So pretty much anything that does that. It's the power, it's the flexibility, it's being able to, based on some of our earlier math, like if the little egg-shaped cars that everyone makes one of, if you were to drop, some of the, basically like a 0.5 liter engine in these things, it would be not only possible to operate them, like most people need to use their cars, but also to be able to get around 200 miles per gallon. Off of that, which is an incredible cost savings. I mean, people just don't even really think about that. But more than that, it's also that, you don't have to drive it like a grandma either. You can, 0.5 liter engine based on our roughly, rough math from back then would actually yield a performance increase for a lot of vehicles. And there's so many things that it opens up. It's just, like Sky and I have said a number of times, it's really not about what we necessarily envision it for. It's the ability to produce cheap, affordable power that can go anywhere, allows for so many other people to do so many other possible things that we can't even possibly imagine or conceive of.
Yeah, that's interesting. And you're speaking my language as someone who works at a distillery. I'm very curious about the prospects. We talked a little bit about that this week, and prospects of using alcohol for fuel. But I guess a different alternative energy, solution or way to improve fuel efficiency that I brought up in our conversation this weekend was the Brown's gas add-on that George Wiseman has discussed, that he's offered for a long time. He's talked about where the claim is you can improve efficiency by 20% plus, depending upon what type of fuel source it is, whether it's propane or gas or diesel or whatever. But I'm glad I asked you guys about it because you have a different viewpoint. Like I said, I guess kind of a different view on its worth, on its efficacy and worthwhileness. So I guess could you talk a little bit about Brown's gas add-ons and how they may not be the best to look at?
Well, I mean, ultimately, any system that's introducing hydrogen into the mix, however it does it, hydrogen is full of radicals, so it absolutely promotes a faster rate of flame front propagation, faster combustion, which is going to make the system relatively more isochoric, which is going to increase the efficiency. The hydrogen itself in this context isn't a fuel, but rather a reagent that accelerates the rate of combustion and flame front propagation. That being said, how much energy is being lost to produce it versus how much efficiency you'll gain from using it, that's up in the air. Only physical testing can determine that. When it comes to electrolysis, there's all sorts of things like arc gaps, whether or not you're using baking soda or some other accelerant in the water to form a solution. So many variables, right? Obviously, hydrogen radicals will allow you to boost the compression ratio, which will improve your efficiency, but then if you don't boost the compression ratio, you're leaving performance on the table. So, can it do these things? Maybe. Is it worth it? In my opinion, no, for whatever it's worth. I don't think the efficiency boost is enough to justify the headache and the complexity of going through the process of installing it. But then again, maybe my opinion isn't really holistic on the matter because I'm focused on the fundamental thermodynamic ignition system modeling and fundamental aspects of pure isochoric heat addition and isothermal expansion. We'll get to isothermal expansion in the future. For now, it's just normal adiabatic expansion. So, in any case, I'm a little off into the weeds on the fundamentals, and I'm not really looking at ancillary mechanisms to bolt on to the engine because I just want to make a better engine as a foundation, and then we can experiment with things like plasmatrons and fuel reformers and fuel polishers and HHO and whatever, right? Then we're just working on the foundational baseline for a good engine, foundation work. All this other stuff are ancillary accessories. I know one thing that is more promising than an HHO system, in my opinion, is the plasmatron that was developed by MIT, which is a plasma-based fuel reformation system. So it takes in the fuel, it subjects it to a plasmoidic field. There's been several ways experimented with. Some of them use a plasma arc, some of them use a plasma lens. I don't want to get too off into the woods, but the point of the matter is it breaks down the fuel endonically, in situ, as needed, via a plasma fuel reformation system, and now you get shorter hydrocarbons and lots of hydrogen radicals going into your intake plenum, be it direct injection, port injected, or carbureted, or whatever. So that's going to boost your efficiency, and that's not my opinion. MIT reported 25% improvement in efficiency in 1999. So if you disagree with me, you're not disagreeing with me, take it up with MIT. That's their claim, not mine.
Gotcha. And what about you, Brady? You got any any thoughts on why the Browns gas add-on might not be advantageous, or I guess any thoughts you might have on it? I'm curious.
No, actually, I don't. I've never actually done it myself. I've only used HHO gas myself for some personal medical assistance, and I generally refer to Sky for pretty much anything I do before I get too crazy with an engine, unless it's some kind of bolt-ons for whatever it is I'm putting around in.
Gotcha. Okay. So Sky, I guess I know your focus is you got your Liberated rocket heater company, and then you've got the Bork engine. But you mentioned this weekend that there are other engines that you might. No, you don't want to talk about that.
We're not talking about that yet. We're still going
Oh.
to commercialize the Bork engine first.
10-4. Okay.
Way too far in the future to talk about on the podcast.
10-4. Okay, understood. So yeah, I guess how's the could you talk a little about how's the Liberated rocket heater business going? Selling a lot of them.
I don't know about a lot. We're selling a reasonable amount of them. I can't complain. Business is acceptable. We don't have to fire anyone. We don't have to lay anyone off. So long as we don't have to lay people off, I'm content with that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's good. That's good to hear, man. That is definitely good to hear. So, let me see here. So Brady, so you described yourself as this too, and Scott described you as this too, but you're more of an electrical guy. So could you talk a little bit about some insight into your expertise there, maybe some things you've worked on, and I guess some breakthrough energy projects that you've looked at that might be worthy of investigation, or any ideas like that?
Well, most of my electrical expertise has been developed just over the course of just being a hobbyist. I mostly worked on low voltage stuff. I was a ham radio. I think my license is still valid. Never really checked, but been tearing apart, working on computers and stuff like that, and pretty much all kinds of other anything that really struck my fancy or interest. I was an apprentice electrician for a while. Before I really realized that, they've got a whole, it takes like 8 to 10 years to actually become a full journeyman and actually be able to go wire people's stuff up, but I can still wire my own home up, all I want, and nothing actually matters, which, never really made a whole lot of sense to me. But yeah, I've, pretty much just sort of whatever the Sky has me doing or wants me to do. We talk about it. Sometimes I do it. Sometimes I negotiate with him to head towards something that I think will be better. But a lot of times it's just weird off-the-wall stuff. As far as the breakthrough energy stuff goes, when we went to ESTC that one time, the Bedini wheels, our friend John is, helped me out with, he had a smaller one that somebody built and was having some issues with. But yeah, I think that to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing, shy of discovering 0-point energy that's really going to give free energy. I could be wrong. Most of my knowledge is kind of sort of what they teach in the textbooks. So.
Yeah, interesting. So I talked about this with Sky last time, but in our endeavor to go off grid, we've got a 500-gallon propane tank. Which handles our stove and a lot of some of our more intense heating needs and such. But when our trying to go off grid, propane is amazing. We can get propane fridges and stuff. And in terms of like dependency on somebody, you're not dependent like 24/7. Energy needs they just have to come around like once a year and fill it up if they have to come once a year at all. Might be every other year. So yeah, what are your thoughts on on propane in terms like obviously it's not like the like I would love for like a that 0 point energy to be accessible. maybe and people talk some people talk about some downsides to that falling into the hands of just the average person, but I would love for that. But the more realistic thing might be propane. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm definitely a fan of propane. I actually spent 3 years tooling around the United States in a schoolie, an RV converted school bus, and yeah, propane is excellent. It solves a lot of energy needs, and it fundamentally, stuff like propane and other hydrocarbon fuels, gasoline, diesel. They solve a lot of the problems that are, people are starting to notice with things like electric cars, where, you can fill up a propane tank in essentially no time flat. You can fill up a gas tank, in a couple of minutes. Maybe if you get that one gas station way out in the boonies, it'll take you 10 or 15 minutes because they've got the pumps turned down for whatever reason. But it's great stuff. One of the ways I've explained a lot of stuff of using energy is if we consider divine nature as sort of our inspiration for it. The human body makes electricity, the human body makes hydrocarbons, which become fats and lipids. The ATP that everyone knows is burnt in the cells to actually power your muscles and everything that goes is essentially just a hydrocarbon chain with a couple of phosphate molecules on either end, I guess to allow it to permeate the walls of the cell. I don't really know. I'm not a bio guy, but your fat is basically pure hydrocarbons, and the body makes electricity too, but it only uses electricity to signal, all across the body, and that probably has something to do with the fact that it travels at the speed of light. And I just say, hey, if we're trying to build a machine, let's build a machine that works somewhat similar to the electrical body. Use electricity only really for signaling and sensors and things like that, and then actually burn hydrocarbons, because when you actually master the art of burning, hydrocarbons is exceptionally clean, and everything it produces is essentially just byproducts for the plants, kind of like people. When we stop moving and it's time for us to return back to the earth, we become food for plants. So, that's sort of my take on it is why are we trying to reinvent the wheel when, we've got some of the greatest engineers, on the planet standing right in front of us.
Yeah, gotcha. Another question that comes to mind. I've not been, there's obviously we can only leave the homestead a couple times a year, really, so we got to be very particular about when we go and where we go. But I've heard about that energy conference. Was it Montana or Idaho? Yeah. Could you talk a little bit about your experiences there? Some of the people you met, some of the maybe cool thing that you came across while you were there.
Yeah. Well, we've met a lot of cool people doing a lot of cool things. Sky can tell you more about some of the work that we've done with some of the people. I can personally speak for Aaron Murakami, one of the guys that runs the STC conference, and his work with the plasma-based ignition system for just your standard automobiles. He invented a way that basically essentially what it does is instead of having a spark plug, it turns the gap between the plug into pure plasma, which allows for a significantly stronger spark inside your engine, which allows for more efficient burning. We built one of his systems, and I kind of got it to work. It kind of didn't work when we stuck it in the engine. Not entirely sure why. We even talked to Aaron about it. We also met our friend John. He's up earlier. And when we were up there, he was like, oh, y'all are from, Missouri? And we were just like, yeah. And I don't know, he came out, helped us out in the shop for a while. And, he's been, frankly, one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. As far as the rest, I'll just let Sky handle that.
Yeah, that's amazing. I need to look into Aaron's work a lot more. He's been on the Higher Side Chats a couple times, kind of distilling down his projects, and I need to spend a lot more time on going through those videos. And I think a lot of them are available on YouTube. You can get some of them from. I'll put a link in the show notes. I remember it off the top of my head, but I've been there numerous times. But yeah, Sky, what are your thoughts on that conference? Can you share any experiences or results?
Yeah, I've been to the ESTC several times. I've been to Tesla Tech once. They're interesting conferences. You have to really look between the lines to find something that's contextually useful, but it's definitely there. There's a lot of very not just interesting, but useful applicable technologies that do need to be proliferated and do deserve to be used more frequently to improve the life and conditions of humanity. I'd also like to touch on a little bit about energy density, something that Brady was talking about with Divine Nature. So our best lithium-ion batteries, the best ones that we can get, are anywhere from 0.8 to maybe 1.2 megajoules per kilogram. They average out at about just shy of 1 megajoule per kilogram in practice, depending on how well tuned the cells are. So best lithium-ion batteries on the planet, 1 megajoule per kilogram. Okay. A ham sandwich has 20 megajoules per kilogram and diesel is 38. So to match the energy density of diesel, our best batteries would have to increase their energy density by 3,800% to match, which is not going to happen. And so really, if we can increase the efficiency of the heat engine substantially, it will be cheaper to produce your own power than buy from the grid, which will allow people to purchase directly from the drillers and the miners, cutting out the grid and the refineries as middlemen entirely. It'll make power portable, reliable, long-lasting, so now you can go anywhere. You don't have to worry about grid tie. To heck with the grid. You could buy a piece of property or land anywhere, build a cabin, and get dozens of kilowatts, DC, AC, three-phase, whatever you want, right there on tap. Farmers will be able to make their own nitrogen-based fertilizers and nitric acid using Birkelandite reactors. Physicians can make their own medical isotopes using cyclotrons in their basement. Welders, machinists, etc. can all locally recycle their own metals and produce their own castings, ferrous and non-ferrous, like we did before the 1960s. It really unravels a whole new paradigm for energy and economics and upward mobility.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. Well, that is okay. No, I think you've shared similar things on podcasts before, so it's not necessarily it's not. Yeah.
I have, but I probably should stop saying that.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, there you guys. You might be the last time you hear it here on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. Live at VonuFest. It is live, so you can't take it back. At least we don't know how to do that yet. But anyway, John, if you want to come on over, man. But before the demo, so you've also got some you've also done some interesting things. Last year, you basically built us a monoatomics harvester. You've done a lot of cool tests with like a magnetic motor, which was at P.A.Z.NIA here for a time, but we couldn't get it working, and you tried to get it working. But yeah, could you share some of your experiences or anything like that?
Sure. Yeah, like these guys said, I met them at the ESTC conference in 2021. I mainly went there to see the Bedini motor tech, and this guy Sky came up to me and he's like, "Hey, what do you know about the internal combustion engine?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm here for the over unity." He's like, "Well, yeah, Bedini motors are great, but the energy density, like for the weight, for the size, the internal combustion engine can be a lot more powerful." Oh, and one thing I don't think that was mentioned is those Bedini motors require a little circuit board. In the event of like an EMP, the Burke engine's analog. Well, this, circuit board could be fried in the event of an EMP for an over unity Bedini motor. And yeah, I've got like a little small one, like a little backpack one. The problem was I didn't know how to get it started. Got it from like r-charge.net with Rick Frederick was a pupil of Bedini. Like, it's a controversial relationship. Don't want to get into that, but I just kept passing it around, and this circuit board on this motor wasn't designed with packing it up many times, and this capacitor kept getting bent. So I went up to Michigan, saw a friend who recommended it to me, and the solution to it was quite simple. Alligator clamps on a car battery. For the input, it needs power to run. Alligator clamps on an output battery that it charges. Spin it. That is it. I wasted hours trying to figure that out, but by the time I got that working, it worked for a minute, had goosebumps, and then the capacitor shook itself off. Both terminals, both all the way in, and they don't make that capacitor anymore. So, yeah, but yeah, I mean, all things considered, I mean, I'd say I'd rather have the Burke engine for any off-grid event. So you mentioned could run coal slurry.
With fuel reformations, it will be able to. With fuel reformation technology, which we plan on experimenting with and integrating in the far-flung future, yes.
Well, with knowing Sky and Brady, it's been amazing knowing both of those guys. Yeah, so yeah, thanks for having me here.
Oh yeah, certainly. Now, if you want to come over on this side, I'll have to get a little light. But we're gonna do a little live demo here. I mean, I got this. This might be okay. This might be okay. I just gotta get the readjust, guys. One moment here, stream. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. There we go. That's a little better. A little bit of light. Awesome. Thank you. Pull this thing off. Bear with us, folks. Is there a switch on the side? Yeah. Okay, so this thing, yeah, not great. Let's set down the microphone here, guys. One moment.
You want me to lift this up so we can get this on camera?
Sure. So yeah, obviously it's dark, and we weren't. I mean, we could have been prepared for a little bit, but basically this thing sends electric pulses through your body, and from some people that experienced it here, they've had spots that have been aggravated for some time, and it basically finds it and just eliminates the blockage, and it sends you lose control of your body essentially. It just takes over.
If I really forced, I could control, but most of this motion's involuntary. You can also put it around your head. Yeah, like slight pulses every about 3-4 a second.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't tell you too much about it, beyond it exactly what it is and all. But yeah, I guess it's helped some pretty sick people. So yeah, it's great stuff. Thank you for demoing that, John. And yep, that will work. Cool. Let's see if there are any other questions here for Brady, Sky, or John. I'll check some chats, but we'll probably close this out a little quicker. Get on. This is pretty much the last night of VonuFest, so people probably start rolling out tomorrow afternoon. So we'll get this closed out a little earlier. But I don't see any questions or comments. See if I have anything else that I wanted to inquire about. Yeah, I guess nothing really off the top of my head. Anything else that we didn't cover that you guys feel is it's burning into your heart? You want to get out to the people?
No, not really. I can only speak for myself, but I've said everything that I feel comfortable with saying over the internet and then some.
Yes, totally understood. What about you, Johnny? Any closing thoughts for the listeners?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you look at social media, look at the news, I mean, looks like there's a lot of stuff going on that's negative, but I've got an opposite viewpoint. I think the future's going to be very bright.
Yeah, no, Sky pretty much says it for us all. I don't know. I sort of have his back like I've had for the past 5, 6, 7 years, however long I've known him. And yeah, I mean, check out VonuFest. It's been great. It's relaxing. I love it, and I appreciate everything. You're back to you, Ray.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you, Brady, for coming on. Thank you, Sky, for coming on and coming out. It's been amazing having you and John, as always. Our first executive stakeholder here at PAZNIA. It's been great having you. I'll go ahead and close out the stream here. But yeah, we're coming to the end of today's Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. We started at 3, and it's a little earlier ending. But again, we're going to get back to physical space and time here. But I hope you've enjoyed this little live show from VonuFest6 here at the Free Republic. Now, if you want to get vetted for next year, reach out. My email is coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. And there are other events before that, like we have a spring gathering. So if you get vetted quick, you can come out to one of our earlier gatherings too, potentially. But again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. And also please consider heading over to PAZNIA.com/shop and placing an order for one-of-a-kind merch or making a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. I will note I only have extra large and 2XL size shirts for now until every order. You can also visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and leave us a message to read on the show if you like here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. And greatly appreciate all of you for tuning in. And for those here in physical space and time, thank you for being here. And let's go have a damn good evening. Sending liberation from Veritas. But for the digital audience, we'll close out with Bill Cooper Metal, followed by Carnet by Void Stares Back, also known as Joey Phipps of Library of the Untold. So we'll close out there, guys. Cheers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest, or great storm on the sea, while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens, he wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayet, the divine order. Folks, when we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government, or religion uses the sun as a primary symbol, then it can truly be said in the mystery school that God's Son is, quote, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, unquote. A worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
A worldwide totalitarian socialist government.
Feeding into it. to the test that finds you. Giving polite to the test that finds you. To you I fall, and together all to meet again. Your wasted life was on time. No life wasted. You're on time. Welcome to the end. Dive into the abyss. Fly away as if there's no bottom or top. Dust in our eyes until the fall. Catch wind of the light of insight, unbind you. The will pines, we go blind. Did you forget that death comes to save you? One open eye can see at night. Open the space above guts and skin blue. Out of the line until I die. So giving polite to the test that finds you. Giving polite to the test that finds you. Giving polite to the test that finds you. To you I fall, together all to meet again. Your wasted life. Welcome to the end. I'm diving to the end.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.